Good morning. I'm now going to call the June 13, 2023 San Diego County Board of Supervisors regular meeting and Fire Protection District meeting to order. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the land that we call home. There are communities in the San Diego region that face unjust conditions and circumstances related to the environments in which they live. The tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one of communities that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples, who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respects to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, the most in any county in the United States, from 4 cultural groups, the Kumeyaay, the Guiño, the Luiseño, the Cupeño, and the Cahuillan. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences undoing the injustices of the past. As a reminder, according to the board rules and procedures, audience members should not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. Supervisor Anderson?
Here.
Supervisor Desmond? Here. Vice Chair Lawson-Remer?
Here.
Chairwoman Vargas?
Here. The invocation we are now going to have Bishop Susan Brown deliver the invocation, and following the invocation, the Girl Scouts of San Diego will deliver the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand for the invocation and the pledge.
Good morning. I'm Bishop Susan Brown Snook of the Episcopal Diocese of San Diego. Let us pray. Gracious God, we thank you for this beautiful San Diego County in which we live. We give you thanks for the splendor of the oceans, beaches, mountains, valleys, deserts, and farmlands that form our natural environment. We are grateful for the great diversity of people who have come here from many parts of this country and from many other countries, and for the indigenous people who have long cared for this land. We thank you for calling leaders to guide our county with wisdom and justice, and we ask you to help them make wise decisions for the well-being of all people who live here. Today, we offer special prayers for many issues that confront us in our life together. In a time of division and discord in our country, we ask you to guide the people of San Diego County to live together in peace, respecting the dignity of all and growing in learning and understanding of each other, so that we may all benefit from the immense cultural diversity of our region. In an era of climate change, we ask you to help us guard our environment and make decisions that ensure the sustainability of our region for many generations to come. In a place where the cost of living is too high for many ordinary people, we ask you to guide us in providing affordable housing and homes for San Diego County's people who are living without homes or at risk of falling into homelessness. In an area with over 100,000 active duty military personnel, we ask you to guide our military to fulfill its mission of protecting all Americans, to protect those who are currently deployed, and to be present with their families in their absence. In a region with many universities, colleges, and schools of all kinds, bless all who teach and all who learn, and fill our hearts with curiosity and a quest to know and understand more about our world and its people. We ask you especially today to protect those who are most at risk in our community: religious, racial, and ethnic minorities, refugees and immigrants, at-risk youth, children in foster care, and young people involved with the criminal justice system, people with mental health disorders and addictions, LGBTQIA people, seniors, veterans, and families living in poverty. Be with our leaders, our law enforcement personnel, our first responders, and our social service agencies as they serve all who are in need or at risk in our community. At this time of year when our leaders consider the budget, help us remember that the way we use our resources reflects our true mission and priorities. We ask you to provide the resources in money, leadership, and wisdom so that all of San Diego County's people may flourish. And we ask you to help these supervisors make the best decisions for how to use these resources. In all things this Board of Supervisors considers, help them to make wise choices according to the values of belonging, equity, access, sustainability, integrity, and excellence. We thank you for these supervisors who have offered themselves in service to your people, and for all their staff and others in this community who support them in their mission. Grant them patient wisdom and compassionate strength so that they may guide San Diego County to a thriving future for all its residents. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Good morning. Please remain standing and place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Right. We're now going to proceed with our proclamations. The first proclamation will be presenting with my colleague Supervisor Anderson. Honoring Juneteenth and accepting the proclamation will be both Mr. Andrew Strong and representatives from the Young Black in Business organization as well.
I am so tickled today. We had a flag raising earlier today, and it was very, very exciting. You know, today is a very significant day in San Diego County, where we celebrate the many contributions of the Black community, while also reflecting on the past to ensure a better future. The colors of the Juneteenth flag, red, white, and blue, represent the resilience, freedom, and the hope Juneteenth embodies. It serves as a visible reminder of our commitment to honoring the struggles and accomplishments of Black Americans throughout our country's history. I just wanted to say that it was 3 years ago, I had a press conference on that side of the building saying that if I was elected, I'd be working hard for this day. I had the good fortune of serving in the state legislature, and when I did, I went to an event, and we had a man who looked younger than me, but was clearly older. And he said, "Would you like to see the Tuskegee Airmen Museum?" I didn't know I had one in my district. And so I toured it, and while it was small, there were photos all over. And as we looked through the photos, he said, "You see this young man, you know what the significance is?" And I said, "No." He said, "That's me." And I thought, oh my gosh, he looks great. But, you know, here is a World War II veteran, and I wanted to honor him in his lifetime. So when you go up I-15, it says Tuskegee Airmen Highway. And we were the third state to do it. And we're so close to Miramar, the commander at Miramar said, "I'd like to host the event." And so he did. And I'm not good with actors, but the actor that played Maverick actually owns one of the original P-51s, Red Tail. And he had his pilot do a flyover in honor of him. And we had a couple come down, 6 lived in my district, but we had a few of them come down from LA and from across the United States to be honored. And it was really interesting, as the plane flew, you couldn't see it because it was silver, but when it turned and you saw that red, you couldn't miss it. And I thought, it gave me chills at the time. And so then they did a press conference. And as we did the press conference, people said, asked great questions, and I couldn't help myself. I turned to them and I said, you were living under Jim Crow laws 20 years before Martin Luther King gave his famous "I Have a Dream" speech on the stairs of the Lincoln Memorial. Why'd you do it? Because you didn't have the same freedom everyone else did. And they said they did it because They weren't doing it for what America was, but what America could become. And I was so touched by that. And then I thought about Juneteenth. And I thought about how I grew up in Detroit, a free state, Michigan, and I didn't know about Juneteenth. See, I just thought everybody got freed at the same time. I didn't realize there were 3 states that didn't know. And I wanted to make sure that every American knew, because you know what? Our country has tremendous possibilities. We're the best nation in the world, and yet we have a lot of work ahead of us. And I want to thank our chair, Nora Vargas, for all her help in making this day happen. And I want to thank my colleagues, because they helped all along the way. And when it comes time for photos, I hope you all come down to join us. But this is an important day for me, and I just want to tell you, thank you so much for all your hard work and what you've done to lift people in our community. Nora?
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson, and thank you for your wonderful words. I think, today marks the 2nd year that we raised the Juneteenth flag here at the County of San Diego to honor and observe not only a federal and national holiday that commemorates the events of June 19, 1865, when enslaved people were declared free. And while we celebrate the progress that we've made in our communities, it's also important to reflect on our nation's past. Juneteenth is a reminder that our communities are still impacted by the residual effects of slavery and the history of racism in our country. We see the disparities in education, housing, and justice. And in more recent times, we saw the existing disparities in healthcare during the pandemic. We know that there's still more work to be done. Let's take this opportunity to recommit ourselves and work towards racial justice, equity, and to make sure that together we're fighting anti-Blackness, racial injustices, and we're fighting for equity. San Diego County residents are encouraged to honor and celebrate Juneteenth by attending events with family, friends, spend your money in Black-owned businesses, restaurants, read about the history, really be a part of why this day is so important for all Americans. I also want to make sure that I highlight our African American Employee Association for all of the work that they do, for their leadership, and for ensuring that their voices are at the table. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proclaim, myself as chairwoman on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, that we commend Young Black in Businesses, BAPAC, and our African American Association of County Employees for their outstanding service, leadership, and their commitment to building healthier and stronger communities. We hereby recognize June 19th as Juneteenth in San Diego County.
Thank you, and I'm glad community's coming up. I'm glad our African American Association of County Employees are coming up. My name's Andrew Strong. I'm the county's director of the Office of Equity and Racial Justice, and I'm gonna try to be brief, be relevant, and be gone. But I can't help but reflect on this holiday in a different way. My 87-year-old dad just called me about 10 minutes ago as I was walking in the chamber. He's on his way to Mississippi, and I can't help but reflect, that's his home place. That's where he grew up, and he grew up in the Jim Crow South. And he told me stories about the Jim Crow South. He told me stories about his cousin, Medgar Evers. And I can't help but reflect on the fact that yesterday was June 12th. And June 12th, 1963 is when Medgar Evers was assassinated in front of his home in the Jim Crow South, one of the great civil rights leaders in the South. And, I also can't help but reflect on the fact that I grew up in Louisiana, right? I come from a family where we have our family reunions on the plantation where our family was enslaved for hundreds of years. And we did that because we wanted to remind our family, our folks, and people who come to visit with us about our enslaved ancestors, but also to remind them that our history didn't start there. Our history started before that. And but knowing that this holiday stems from the fact that the enslaved people in Texas had to wait to find out that they were free, I think that should serve as a reminder for us as county government that knowledge is a hugely important part of power. And we need to take a step back and really lean into the fact that we need to share as much knowledge, as much power, as much respect, as much influence, as much resources with the communities that we serve, so they can help to co-create the change that we're trying to see across this region. And Maya Angelou, in her poem, Still I Rise, her last stanza said, "We are the hope and the dream of a slave." And I can't help but think that, and know that our work as the Office of Equity and Racial Justice in the County of San Diego, if done correctly, should help to fulfill the hopes and dreams of our enslaved ancestors. So thank you.
When I move, you move. Just like that. When I move, you move. Just like that. That's right. I first want to thank the leadership of Joe Anderson, your office. Sir, you've definitely been approachable, accessible during this journey, and for allowing us to be able to raise the Juneteenth flag over the county building. It's because of your leadership. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank Chair Vargas as well for the opportunity for assisting in that effort. And I also want to thank Mr. Strong for being in the community, for definitely being there for our organization, that ear and being present. A lot of times it's not about a person's ability, it's about their availability. And you've definitely been there, open door policy. I want to thank the entire team, that's behind, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with each other. So excuse me for having my back, to you all, but these leaders have definitely been there, and they have gave their sweat, their blood, they gave their equity, their tears, their time to be able to make this happen today. So it's not about me, it's about we. So I just want to just acknowledge everyone that's here behind me, side to side. We're here together. It's not about having an ego, it's about having a we-go. Before I conclude, I want to just remind everybody, as we continue to strive for our civil rights, we're going to continue to strive for our silver rights. And every time that you see us, we're going to be beautiful, we're going to be wise, and we're going to be strong. And that's every single time you see us. So I'll leave you with the 10 most powerful two-letter words. The 10 most powerful two-letter words for everyone here that has a heartbeat. If it is to be, it is up to us. Thank you.
Our organization's mission is to recruit and inspire county employees to connect and succeed through education and philanthropy. Our 3 pillars: connect, inspire, and succeed, strengthen and support our work in increasing cultural awareness and developing community partnerships to promote our county initiatives and vision of providing equitable service for all. To connect, we continue to engage with our fellow county colleagues and community partners. Inspire, as we ascend, we lift, we motivate, and we empower others. As we succeed, we continue to acknowledge the past, the present, and future accomplishments of ACE while remaining advocates for our members to receive their personal and professional goals. Juneteenth is a celebration for all, as it marks the first day of a truly emancipated nation. We want to thank you so much for this esteemed honor and proclamation. Thank you.
All right. The next proclamation will be given by myself and Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Weimer, honoring the Del Mar Fairgrounds, and accepting the proclamation will be Carlene Moore. Hello. So exciting.
Good morning. It might be hard to tell from all the cloudy weather we've been having, but summer is upon us. And that means it's time for one of our region's most beloved summer events, the San Diego County Fair, which I am proud to represent for District 3. The 2023 San Diego County Fair kicked off last week and will run through the 4th of July, providing 22 days of family-friendly food, fun, adventure, entertainment, and educational opportunities. When the first San Diego County Fair took place back in 1880, things looked quite a bit different than they do today. When the Del Mar Fairgrounds first opened in 1936, the fair finally found its forever home, an amazing space where local farmers, artisans, artists, and businesses can showcase their wares and talents, and where families can find fun and create lasting memories. From its humble beginnings, the county fair has grown to become a leading attraction for tourism, a vehicle for growing small businesses, and a continued champion of local agriculture. The San Diego County Fair also plays an important educational role, connecting us to the foods we buy and highlighting the importance of sustainable food production. Last year, our board committed to sourcing local, sustainably grown food for the millions of meals our county programs distribute each year. Supporting local farmers and businesses helps reduce harmful carbon emissions, improves nutrition, and boosts our regional economy. By increasing awareness of these benefits and giving local food producers a space to connect with consumers, the county fair is helping us build upon this progress. This year, the theme of the San Diego County Fair is Get Out There, a celebration of the great outdoors and all of the recreational activities that San Diego County has to offer. So I encourage you to get out there as well by visiting the San Diego County Fair if you can, and also by exploring the outdoor spaces that make our region so special. It's our pleasure to recognize and celebrate this regional institution as we honor the Del Mar Fairgrounds and the San Diego County Fair for their amazing legacy. Chairwoman Nora Vargas will now share a few words as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to say good morning and welcome. The San Diego County Fair, formerly called the Del Mar Fair, is a county fair held every summer, right, in the Del Mar Fairgrounds. And I just want to share with all of you that, talk about get out there. My 21-year-old niece yesterday had a conference call with all of us on FaceTime to try to figure out what day we're going to go to the Del Mar Fair together, and trying to figure out our schedules. And so she's super excited. And I think she talked about fennel cake and kettle corn and all the special things that happen. But I think what's really powerful, growing up in the South Bay, going to Del Mar Fair was super cool because it's kind of far. But it was like a thing that you did as a family, to go out there and to really be able to see the animals and the food and just like the games and everything else. And so, the Vice Chair has talked about the history and how important it is, but I think it's really important to recognize that after a 2-year pandemic hiatus, the county fair returned in 2022, and it welcomed nearly 1 million fairgoers from around the county. And I think what's really powerful about this is that it promotes San Diego County and brings a lot of families to come and see the great things that are happening in a very festive atmosphere. I can't wait to hear who's going to be playing, right? Because that's always super cool too. So as we talk about getting out there and celebrating the outdoors and recreational activities, I'm excited to be partnering with the Vice Chair to make sure, and the California State Parks and County of San Diego Recreation, to bring the theme to life this year. So with that, be it proclaimed by myself and all of the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on the 13th day of June 2023 that they commend the Del Mar Fairgrounds for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be San Diego County Fair throughout San Diego County. Ms. Moore? Thank you. You're welcome.
It's interesting because we're known by many names. the San Diego County Fair, the Del Mar Fairgrounds, but truly we are a district agricultural association. It's really what our roots are as an organization. And so on behalf of our board of directors and quite honestly the entire team that brings you the San Diego County Fair every year, just truly honored with this acknowledgement today. So we are excited to once again bring the fair back to our community. 2022 marked our return. 2023 is truly a celebration of that. And this year, especially with our partnership with County Parks and Recreation, as well as state parks, because it really is about exploring all that our great county has to offer. There's even a Get Out There challenge, which is to go out and explore regional parks, beaches, trails, and then get out there to explore the fair as well. So we are open now. We're limited engagement. We're open now through July 4th, closed Mondays and Tuesdays in June, but we will run through the 3rd and 4th of July, which are Monday and Tuesday. And if you haven't been recently to the San Diego County Fair, I just really encourage you to get out there and check it out, because the fair encapsulates really so much of what our county is truly about honoring tradition and celebrating innovations, and doing that while we are in pursuit of emphasizing, of course, entertainment, education, but also recreation and agriculture. We're also proud to bring this event to our community each year. And as big as we have become, we really are your local celebration of community. We have over 100 local businesses that participate in the county fair each and every year. Over 13,000 of your neighbors and students in schools whose entries and those exhibits that are in the fair showcase so much of what this county is about. We have over 250 community performers that perform on our various stages throughout the grounds and things. And just last week, we hosted over 6,000 San Diego County students through our Plant, Grow, Eat program, a program where we take agriculture out into the schools. We bring them the seeds, the pots, give them the know-how, and then they come back to the fair to show and showcase really the agriculture that they have grown on their own. So there truly is something for everyone. And so, you know, as Supervisor Lawson-Remer said, summer has officially begun. The sun will come out. There have been moments of it since we opened, so we're very proud of that. But truly, just everybody get out there, celebrate with us now through July 4th. And thank you so much for this honor.
Hold.
Oh.
All right, the next proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Lawson-Remer honoring Zainab Khan. Accepting their proclamation will be Kina Villar.
I'd like to welcome a truly remarkable family to come up with me. Please. Welcome. We often hear terms like resilience and courage and perseverance. We attach these words to difficult situations so that we might hope to better understand them. But every so often, we actually get to see the embodiment of these ideas, and suddenly the words don't seem to quite measure up so well. This is one of those instances. Here with me today is a remarkable young person, Zainab Khan, and her family. At just 9 years of age, Zainab has already shown the world the true meaning of the word courage. Zainab was forced to embrace the concept of courage at age 3 when she was diagnosed with leukemia. She and her family suddenly found themselves in a struggle for everything they held dear. With the support of her family, Zainab stayed strong and continued to fight, never losing hope. And today she is here with us, standing proud as a cancer survivor. The resilience and determination Zainab displayed during her battle with leukemia inspired many around her, especially her family. Her father, Akbar, launched a major effort to raise awareness of the illness and raise funds for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Akbar and his team, Team Confidants, rallied local businesses, schools, and neighbors, raising several $100,000 for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society in honor of Zainab and her journey. These efforts surpassed previous fundraising records and earned Akbar recognition as the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society's Man of the Year runner-up in 2022. Together, the Kahn family has helped plant the LLS mission in hearts and minds throughout Coronado, San Diego County, and the entire nation. And all began with the bravery of one incredibly resilient little girl. Zainab, you are an inspiration to all of us. We're excited for all the great things you'll continue to do. So for showing us what real courage and perseverance looks like, the San Diego County Board of Supervisors does hereby declare today, June 13th, 2023, as Zainab Khan Day in San Diego County.
Thank you, San Diego County Board of Supervisors. So I'm Akbar Khan, and as you heard, this is Zainab, cancer survivor, tiny but mighty, 9 years old. You would have no idea what she's been through over the last 6 years just looking at her. Her mother, Noreen, and Aman. So we appreciate the opportunity, first and foremost, to support the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So a couple things just about the organization context-wise, right? So, leukemia is the #1 cause of childhood cancer, accounts for about a third of all cancer instances for kids. In my own youth, right, not that long ago, it was a very challenging prognosis to have. So through research that's been funded, prioritized by LLS, we're fortunate that even though it was a difficult predicament for us to be in as a family and for Zainab, that happened now, right? That we have the options available that really help us to get the treatment that we needed right here locally at Rady Children's Hospital, and we're fortunate to be here standing before you. So, I'm grateful, for the work of my wife, Noreen, who's very closely involved with LLS, that helped us get connected. Grateful for the fact that even though we're out of an unfortunate bunch, we're a fortunate few, right? So we've had the opportunity here to take advantage of great healthcare research that's come before us and to have an opportunity to talk about our story, both to bring awareness, right, for others that might face similar circumstances to us and, see that there's a path, that there are options available, as well as to help drive the research, right, through the research that we've been able to help fund. So we're very blessed for the opportunity, and Zainab, congratulations on having your very own day. Thank you.
All right. The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond, honoring Great Outdoors Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Nicole Varela, Sebastian Slovin, and Tasha Ardalan.
Okay. Whatever. No, okay. Hey, hello. right. Well, in keeping with the Get Out There theme of the fair, we're actually honoring, I'm here with my colleague Supervisor Anderson, recognizing June as the National Great Outdoors Month. So living in San Diego County, we all know it's one of the best places to live. And we are immersed in nature all around us, great parks, beaches, mountains, valleys, lots of opportunities to get outdoors. We want to encourage everybody to do that and take advantage of all of the recreational activities that we do have here in San Diego County. And to celebrate National Great Outdoors Month, it's my honor to welcome the following. I don't know if everybody's here or not, but we have the Friends of Hellhole Canyon. How would you tell your family, hey, we're going to Hellhole Canyon today? But it's a wonderful place, great hiking in Valley Center. Joaquin Aganza, if he's here today or not. Also from the Fallbrook Land Conservancy, Executive Director Carla Standridge. Department of Parks and Rec, Nature Explorers Program, Nicole Valera. An Opportunity Youth Employee, and Tristan Cotter, another Opportunity Youth Employee. Are you back here? No? Are these a list of names of nobody that's here? Anyway, and other organizations are Nature Unplug, Sebastian Slovin. He's a co-founder, the director of that program. And then the San Diego County Park Society, Tasha Ardelan, as a board member. But we want to thank you for everyone that's here today representing the great outdoors. These organizations help promote the natural wonders of our county. And like I said, we're so lucky to live in such a beautiful place. And we can take advantage of the outdoors year-round, where most places can't do that. It's very important, especially coming out of the pandemic, and where we've seen, unfortunately, suicide rates on the rise. And we know that if people just get outdoors and enjoy just the beautiful areas that we have, it improves mental health and improves your physical being. And so I encourage everybody in San Diego County to take a moment to appreciate this month, to take part in the outdoor recreational activities, and to help reduce stress and increase everyone's happiness here in San Diego County. So with that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Anderson to present the proclamation.
First of all, I'd like to thank Supervisor Desmond. I also want to thank our Parks Department and our Recreation Department for helping us coordinate this proclamation today and for promoting the appreciation of nature and outdoor activities. You know, like President Teddy Roosevelt, we've done a lot in this county to create opportunities for people to explore and enjoy the outdoors. And I am so proud to be part of an organization who's worked so hard to create so many opportunities. When you think about it, you can go stargazing out in the desert. You can hike to Potato Chip Rock. You can hike all over this county. We have more hiking trails you can shake a stick at, and I encourage you to do that. But I also, I want to thank that we're taking the time to encourage people to go outside. As Supervisor Desmond said, suicide is on the rise, and we know when people connect to nature, they live a better life, and it brings calmness and joy to their lives. And we need more calmness and joy in everyone's life. So with that, I'd like to read the proclamation you to hold. In what it says is, be it proclaimed by Chairwoman Nora Vargas and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors that we hereby proclaim this month of June 2023 is National Great Outdoors Month throughout San Diego County. And now, Nicole, come on up. It's your turn to speak.
Okay, my name is Nicole, and I just wanted to say, first and foremost, I am mostly known as one of the youngest Parks and Rec staff. It is about 5 years since I began to work for the SC Nights program, and about 9 years since I stepped a foot inside the Community Spring Valley Teen Center. The Spring Valley Teen Center changed my life in many ways. For some, it was just a teen center behind our middle school, but for me, it was like my second home. Going to the Teen Center was a highlight of my days. I went because of the staff and participated, although mostly I hung out with the staff. They made a big difference in my day and life. They helped me in many different ways and made the Teen Center a fun place. Knowing they made me want to work at the teen center because I wanted to give the kids the same experience I had when I was a member there. After turning in my resume the day I turned 14 and begged my Carl boss on why I would be the perfect staff for this, I became the youngest Parks and Recreation staff. I've been working for about 5 years now and enjoy every moment with the kids at that teen center. From the times they laugh at me because I'm terrible at dodgeball to the times they ask me to sit with them after a hard day, I cherish every moment with them. I know I'm here to help the kids, and I do, but I think those kids actually help me. It's nice to know that I make a positive impact in their life. They constantly remind me of how much I mean to them, and that's why I work where I do. I do it because of those kids, because of the excitement they get when we go on the field trips, because of the hugs I receive when I show up to work, and mostly because of the impact I have on them and they have on me. I don't know where I would be without them or this amazing program, but I know that I've made it this far thanks to them and my community. Thank you.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Sebastian Slovan, co-founder of Nature Unplugged. The problem we are addressing is really all about the rise of mental health issues among youth. This is something that's near and dear to my heart. I lost my dad to suicide when I was a kid and struggled with my own mental health when I was a young person. And for me, it was just all about getting outside. And we believe that, two of the biggest things we can do from a preventative standpoint for youth mental health are teaching healthy boundaries with technology and getting outdoors. So our mission is all about wellness in the digital age. We offer a variety of services to support that mission. Very grateful for this partnership with the county supervisors and the San Diego County Parks and Rec Department. Look forward to continuing to grow this and serve more people in San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. The next proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond, who's honoring Father's Day. So cool. And accepting the proclamation will be TJ Crossman.
All right, TJ. Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks. All right, thanks a lot. Well, June is a busy month, and Father's Day is fast approaching. This Sunday is Father's Day, and we're here to honor, in particular, a super dad, TJ Crossman. It's my privilege to present him a special proclamation who is the depiction of a strong and resilient father, an exceptional community role model, and an example of a super dad. TJ has lived in Vista since 1992, and he's worked as a mechanic on vehicles, repairing equipment from farm trucks to law enforcement vehicles. He furthered his business endeavors by establishing TJ Crossman's auto repair shop in Vista, all while facing challenges himself. He's a cancer survivor, he's a widower, and a single parent. But he's also a businessman, and he takes pride in his job and believes that customer service is the most important thing in the world. And he aims to gain the trust and foster relationships with all of his customers. He's also a very caring individual who has given back in the community by fixing up cars and then giving them away to those in need. including in Vista a very special person, a special education teacher last Christmas. And like many wonderful fathers, TJ is an astounding person and a vital component of the Vista community, with his desire to spread love and kindness and support with all that he interacts with. I mean, we hear a lot of wonderful people that come up here before us and have done great things in the county and are doing great projects. And here we have an auto mechanic who's a cancer survivor and a father and a widower, and he's giving back to the community as well. It's great things. He's a great example of a father. But he also interacts especially not only those that are also facing cancer, but with senior citizens and people that are homeless. The County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring these individuals who are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and TJ Crossman is one such worthy individual. So therefore, TJ, let it be proclaimed by myself and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 13th day of June 2023 that we honor Super Dad, Anthony TJ Crossman, for his perseverance and devotion to his family and his passion for giving back to his community, and hereby declare this day to be Best Father Anthony T.J. Crossman Day throughout San Diego County. Anthony, T.J., you want to say a few words?
Wow. Unbelievable. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not going to get through this without crying. I'd like to thank Supervisor Jim Desmond and all the other county supervisors for dedicating this special day to me. Thank you. Thank you. Honestly, even though I'm not the man I used to be, after 15 years of sobriety, sometimes I still see the old me. And that guy definitely would be standing up here, honored like I am, standing here in front of the Board of Supervisors, the public, my amazing friends, and my beautiful daughters. I think this is cooler than winning the lottery. Thank you very much to all of you. There are many things that made me who I am today. Two of my most precious things that influenced me the most in my life are my two amazing daughters, Kaylee and Jada. I love you both. You both have taught me how to love unconditionally no matter what. I've also learned different things from each one of you, and with every failure I've made, I've learned valuable lessons that help me try to become the best daddy I can to each of you. I would like to thank our crew at TJ Crossman's Auto Repair, Henry, Mike, Paul, Cody, Justin, Bernie, and Miranda, with their dedication and support. It affords me, my business, and our crew the ability to give back and make a difference in our community with our car giveaways, food drives, volunteering, mentoring, etc. I believe that no matter how bad off you are, there is somebody that is worse off than you. If there's something I can do to make that person smile or their life a little bit better, I'm going to take that shot. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. They say the definition of integrity is doing the right thing even when nobody is looking. From my experience, I can tell you that if you always be the best version of yourself and always do the next right, loving, indicated thing, people will notice what you are doing and your efforts will not be for nothing. Eventually, people will start admiring you, look up to you, and want to help you with your cause. I believe all people are good and want to do good things and give back. We must lead by example and give the others opportunity to help. Lastly, I would like to thank God, Supervisor Jim Desmond, thank you again, and the rest of the supervisors, again, for honoring me today. I will forever be grateful for this special day.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Here, we'll give you the proclamation. Come back in the room here and we'll get a picture. Come on, get a picture.
Thank you, and congratulations. We will now proceed with non-agenda public communications. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. Reminder, according to Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments, which is 4 minutes. To better facilitate the meeting, we will have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers via phone, and the rest of non-agenda public communication will be heard at the close of today's meeting. Clerk, can you call the speakers?
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 24 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 12 in person, and 12 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As the Chairwoman noted, we'll be calling the first 5 speakers, and all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Jana, Mark, Paul Aguirre, Truth, and Sandra Smith. If I've called your name, please come forward. You may come forward in any order. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Hi, I'm Jana. A recent lawsuit was filed by React 19 against the Biden administration because they pressured platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok to censor the vaccine injured. This censorship took away the ability for people to communicate with others who share similar stories and experiences and to exchange advice. It violated their rights to free speech and peaceful assembly. I propose to you, the board, the use of a room in this taxpayer-funded building for our citizens who are either mandated or out of fear or concern received recent injections and have been subsequently injured. They would benefit from a support group to promote their recovery from these injuries. I'm willing to coordinate this, and there would be no cost to the taxpayer or the county, and very importantly, it would reflect as a goodwill effort by this board. After doing my own research, I have found that there are no in-person support groups in this county, and that's the reason I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Paul Gary. I'm a member of the Military Order of Purple Hearts, Chapter 49. I'm here on behalf of Sergeant Louis Amijo, Jr., requesting the transfer of his remains to Miramar National Cemetery. Sergeant Louis Amijo, Jr. was one of 8 children, Mr. and Mrs. Amijo. He was born in 1918, Trinidad, Colorado, a small coal mining town on the southern state border where he was attending Catholic school. He graduated from the Holy Trinity Catholic High School with high marks, recognition, and a fast runner of excellence in football and basketball. Well known as a popular student, Uncle Mr. Lewis was a person of quiet and passive, but he was never a troublemaker, had no criminal record. Ultimately, he was offered a scholarship to Notre Dame, but the scholarship came to represent Holy Trinity. He talked to him and turned his offer down. In August of 1941, he accepted his fate to join the military to help fight for this country. Sergeant Lewis entered the Air Corps in 1941, trained at Camp McCook, Nebraska, Fort Bliss, Texas. He served in New Guinea and New East Indies in the Philippines as anti-aircraft machine gunner, crew 579. As NCO, he attained the rank of sergeant, awarded the Purple Hearts and 4 Bronze Stars. The President Unit Citation, Pacific Ribbon, 6 Battle Stars, Philippine Liberation Ribbon, and Good Conduct. I have documentation that Mr. Sergeant Orejo in military records, a letter to City of San Diego dated 1999 states.
Thank you. Thank you. Time's up. Next speaker, please.
Mark, Nathan Fletcher is the member of the World Economic Forum who recommended Nora Vargas for chair of supervisors. German chairman of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, said in the first minute of this video that they have penetrated governments, including France, Argentina, and more than half of the cabinet of Canada with young global leaders. And you can hear him say so in the first minute of this YouTube video. In America, we call this treason. Nora also chairs SANDAG, which is aiding the United Nations in corrupting our constitutional government and stealing our individual sovereignty with control of policy initiatives for our mega region that mixes our governance with Tijuana. This is a conflict of interest for Chair Nora, who was born in Tijuana, and for Tara Lawson-Remer, who received the maximum legal donation from SANDAG Executive Director Hassan Ikrada. Ikrada was born in Jordan, which has a parliamentary monarchy, and he graduated from a university in the Soviet Union. So why shouldn't he implement a vehicle mileage tax or other charge, even though no one wants it? See this YouTube title to view SANDAG meeting, where a foreign director from Barcelona says at 1 hour, 17 minutes, the metropolitan solutions must be connected to the metropolitan plans, to the metropolitan politics, beyond the limits of the policies of the municipality or city or local government, end quote. At 29 minutes 50 seconds, Maria is currently part of the policy, legislation, and governance section of the United Nations, promoting the global governance section of the United Nations, promoting the Global Metropolitan Management Program. At 1 hour, 22 minutes, 50 seconds, low emission zone, restrictions on private transport fleet. This global governance destroys America. See this title on BitChute. Katie explains the 15-minute prison life that is already being deployed in Oxford.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Play on that, I guess. All right, it's truth back in Hellhole Canyon. I mean BOS. All right, as part of Joel's efforts to work with the Democrats, as usual, and the city-county entanglement via the Reinvestment Task Force, Joel's racist BIPOC homeowner program is offering people who fit into the color box $40,000, half of which is a loan, that's debt, to buy a home. Too bad the homes are almost $1 million. Hello? Forget past wrongs. How about fixing the current wrongs here at BOS? That'd be way better. Now I want everyone in the county to know what Nora and Joel have been up to at SANDAG. They've allowed SANDAG's total long-term debt to become over $2.3 billion. That's why the 2025 regional plan has moved from a road tax to a road use surcharge to now a vehicle hours traveled fee. How long your car trip takes determines the price you pay. People's rides will be tracked with microtransponders in everyone's cars. This will fill SANDAG's mobility hub 15 minutes, stupid smart cities, as people will then be forced to stay within their future low-emission zones, just like in Barcelona, Spain, where Nora got her future orders from UN Habitat. They're implementing the United Nations 2030 agenda to control all resources on the planet, including people, what they call our human settlements, and our freedom of mobility. So here's a short video mashup of some of the UN's demands of the world.
The United Nations is leading data and statistics collection. Governments must monitor the distribution of future populations. Massive, radical, and transformative action.
The Global Urban Monitoring Framework is a tool to monitor society, economy, environment, culture, and governance.
In the SDGs, the new urban agenda, cities are critical battlegrounds.
So anyone who's helping to monitor, the UN help to monitor our county or country via SANDAG is committing treason.
Next speaker, please.
So for those of you that might have been here earlier this morning, as a reminder, according to the board rules and procedures, audience members should not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. I'm just making this reminder of everyone After this, I will call each one of you, and after 3 warnings, you will be asked to leave the chamber. So if you could please act with civility. If you want to clap, just use your fingers or, do something like that. But please, there is no whistling, clapping, stomping feet, or anything that disrupts the proceedings. Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Sandy Smith. I have lived in Mira Mesa since 1972 and served on the Advisory Oversight Committee of the Epicenter prior to closing in 2015. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am asking that the plan to reactivate the Mira Mesa Epicenter be put on pause and set in a new direction by transforming the Epicenter to a performing arts and cultural center. I've provided you with documentation supporting everything I'm about to say. In 1996, the project to convert the old abandoned library into the San Diego Regional Teen Center and Performing Arts Center and Auditorium was approved and funded. The Performing Arts Center auditorium was to be an integral part of the plan. For some unexplained reason, that part never happened. The funds of $500,000 were diverted to the Mira Mesa Community Fund. On September 1st, 1998, the Epicenter was established through an agreement between Harmonium and the City of San Diego. After a lot of hard work and numerous programs, nothing took root. The focus was on educational activities, recreational services, and entrepreneurial programs. In 2015, the Epicenter officially closed. The reasons for the failure of the Epicenter, according to Rosa Ana Lozada, CEO of Harmonium, were as follows. Competing locations such as the Mira Mesa High School, Park and Rec, the library, shopping centers, private businesses, after-school programs such as Prime Time, trouble renting out space, declining crime and poverty rates, making it difficult to get grants. Hasn't drawn much interest from area youth. Now is a time for new direction. We can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results. Let the Epicenter become a performing arts and cultural center in order to serve all ages, kids, teens, youth, and adults. We can't keep throwing good money after bad. Let's do it right this time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. All the remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Henkin. At the Sendag meeting on Friday, the accountants suggested they could use the Transnet tax money, 2004 road tax, for other things. This echoes the other failed audits, improper hotel charges, contracts unsigned, contracts without a number on the bottom line. And the money Sendag couldn't find from the SR 125 fees and the highway taxes paid for widening SR 76 that Mayor Jones of San Marcos said wasn't done. There's also their crazy talk about the trolley into TJ, road user charge, 15-minute cities, and invasion of privacy. I won't go into whether Sendag is acting properly. It is not. And I do not have time to repeat every detail. I'll just say that when Sendag lectures us about a fiduciary duty and then says how it could use Transnet taxes we paid for something else, hold on to what remains of your wallet. Nora, Sendag accounting is out of control. Someone needs to be fired, not just disciplined. If Sendag wants respect, it needs to earn it. And why, by the way, are members the minutes of January 10th meeting only being approved now? Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Chair Vargas. My name is Terry Ann Skelly, and I work with the schools and for youth mentoring programs, and I attend my county planning groups often. I'm also the mother of 3 adult sons, and I care about our county, health and safety of young adults, land use decisions that affect them all. I have followed the county's unfortunate idea to add even more marijuana businesses to our back country. I came to speak in public comment today because I want to share the recent research from National Institute on Drug Abuse, NIDA, whose press release states, and I quote, "The risks of physical dependence and addiction increase with exposure to high concentration of THC. The higher doses of THC are more likely to produce anxiety, agitation, paranoia, and psychosis. And research from Federal Department of Health, whose studies reported highly concentrated THC found in marijuana vaping devices and edibles sold from marijuana storefronts is addictive," end quote. Many teens say they picked up pot vapes as a way to deal with stress and anxiety, only to realize much later that vaping can make their mental health worse. When young people start vaping, marijuana gives them a short buzz. They puff and puff and puff again to recreate that same feeling. Soon, they feel anxious, stressed, or pressed again, and the cycle continues. The age group most affected, males age 18 to 25. That is why I'm here today to share this important research with you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Diane Grace. Because you will be considering items regarding mental health and suicide later today, I have been reflecting on the supervisor's consideration of marijuana businesses where I live. As a mother and grandmother, I have worked on behalf of young adults to safeguard their passage to productive adulthood. I called in today to express my grave concern that marijuana businesses in our rural neighborhoods are a very unfortunate and unwise move and defeat any efforts at improving marijuana and decreasing mental health and decreasing suicide. Major media outlets report that marijuana and hallucinogen use in the past year by young adults, 19 to 30 years old, increased meaningfully compared to 5 and 10 years ago. Monitoring the future, researchers, in accordance with the National Institute of Health, in their press releases announced that these rates were historic, the highest rates in this age group since 1988. Also, as the National Institute of Drug Abuse Director, Dr. Nora Volkow, commented last week, quote, "Young adults are in a critical life stage, and it is critical to help the new generations for success," end of quote. Now is not a good time for our young adults to experience the enticing advertising and predatory marketing and promotions that will come from having marijuana businesses in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo. Nora, you're the only one disrupting the proceedings, by the way. They're acting with civility. This isn't Tijuana. In this country, clapping is considered civil. Got it? Government has some nerves. It creates the mental health issues, then has the audacity to say, go out, get out there, enjoy, after we just royally fuck shit up. They create the chaos to appear as the heroes. And the Juneteenth guy talking about we're going to be beautiful, wise, strong. Brother, we learn from history that we haven't learned from history. Slavery never ended, but extended. We are all just tax cattle slaves to the government that continues to destroy its own people. Divide and conquer is how they work it. As Morgan Freeman said, how do you get rid of racism? stop fucking talking about it. Government knows exactly what they're doing. They keep the wedge secured. They call out for unity, but in actuality, their actions scream division and destruction. What I'm really wondering about is when is globalist parasites are trying to enslave the World Awareness Month. The power of the people is greater than the people in power. Fuck their new world order.
Yeah. Thank you. Now hear from the next caller. For the next caller, Becky Rapp, your device might be muted.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, please go ahead.
Hello? Okay, good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and a resident concerned regarding the overabundance of pot we're seeing in our county, and wanted to share an article from the San Francisco Standard published Thursday. The article is titled, "It's a Pause." San Francisco lawmakers unanimously passed pot shop moratorium. Last Tuesday afternoon, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to prohibit new marijuana businesses county-wide for the next 4 years. Supervisor Safai said that the cannabis industry is struggling with multiple challenges, including oversaturation, competition with the illicit market, and criticism over public safety concerns. This board has the ability to reevaluate the course in which staff has been directed to proceed regarding the social equity cannabis program. I would ask that you consider following in the footsteps of San Francisco. We too have the same challenges that they are experiencing, a thriving illicit market. This is an opportunity to learn from other counties in our state. Permitting marijuana businesses should not be looked at as an experiment where we keep adapting and modifying as we wait and see what works. San Francisco was right when they voted Tuesday to put a moratorium on permitting businesses. 4 years will allow them to slow down and evaluate unintended impacts. It would be wise to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. Again, all the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Thank you, Clerk. The next item on our agenda is the approval of minutes, statements of proceedings for the regular Board of Supervisors meeting of May 23rd, 2023.
Move to approve.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. I'm sorry? Yes, that's what I was trying to. I unfortunately have to read the whole thing before the motion happens, so otherwise it doesn't, for the record, sir. So, okay. All right, here we go. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes, statement, proceedings for the regular Board of Supervisors meeting of May 23rd, 2023, Flood Control District meeting of May 24th, 2023, and Home Supportive Services Public Authority meeting of April 4th, 2023, the Redevelopment Successor Agency meeting on January 10th, 2023, and the Fire Protection District meeting of May 23rd, 2023. And so we have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call the vote. Or we can do it online.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. We're now going to proceed to the consent calendar, items 1 to 21 and the Fire Protection District item number 1. Members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull the items they would like for discussion. Would any of my colleagues like to pull any items for discussion? Supervisor Anderson?
I have nothing to pull. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond?
I'd like to make a motion for the consent calendar for the approval, and I have a comment on item 10. This is in San Diego County. This is actually supporting our foster care youth here in the county. In San Diego County, there are about 2,300 foster care youth. About 50% of our former foster care youth actually become homeless within about 18 months after exiting the system. And it's estimated that about 50% of the homeless population have spent time, one time or another, in foster care. So we have the responsibility to protect and support our foster care youth, and they're some of our most vulnerable people here in San Diego County. Our office was made aware of legislation by Shane Harris of the People's Association of Justice Advocates to support this Assembly Bill 1512. So I want to thank you, Shane, for your work and for all you do in the community for advocating for foster care. Historically, when a child entered foster care, if their parents had both passed away, the counties in California and the foster youth's behalf would collect their Social Security benefits. Counties were lawfully using these funds to pay for the care of the youth. However, this practice was a contributing factor to many of the foster youth entering homelessness after they get out of the system and having very little money. So I'm proud that the San Diego County actually reformed this practice as soon as we were able to do that. So I want to say thank you very much to staff for taking that initiative and reforming that practice. So now in San Diego County, foster youth Social Security benefits are put in a reserve account for the youth until they turn 16. Assembly Bill 1512 is authored by Democrat Assemblyman Bryan. It's going to require that all counties put these funds into reserve account for the youth. Right now, it's an option. So the bill also requires the counties to provide financial planning for the youth and to help them, our foster care youth, set up for a better future. I want to thank Supervisor Anderson for supporting this legislation with me. I think San Diego County has been a leader on this front, and I hope other counties throughout California will follow this suit, and appreciate my colleagues' vote in support of Assembly Bill 1512. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Lawson-Weaver? Okay, thank you. I don't have anything to pull either, but I'm happy to second the motion. And I just wanted to highlight item number 10. Thank you to my colleagues for introducing this item, and also proud of the work that our County Child and Family Wellbeing Department has been leading and is currently putting into practice the actions that this bill is proposing. And so it's clear to me that this legislation will further support our foster youth, and so I am happy to support it. On item number 15, amendments to the ordinance approving salary premium and DCAO allowance for the chief medical officer position while serving in the role of interim. I just wanted to say thank you, Dr. McDonald, for stepping up, and before the end of the meeting, I'll say a couple of comments from our wonderful leader, Nick, who's going to be departing his role, but we're excited to see that Chief Medical Officer Dr. McDonald is going to be leading the efforts in the interim process. There's a lot of work to be done in Health and Human Services as well as we're moving forward, and so excited about this opportunity, and we'll acknowledge Nick a little bit later as well. But with that, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Oh, we have to do public comment, sorry. Public comment.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 25 requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 12 in person and 13 requesting to speak by phone. Any members of the public that requested to speak on the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of the items on the consent calendar. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward Melanie Delgado, Catherine Rhodes, Shane Harris, Irene Ekdahl, and Charnel Welch. If I've called your name, please come forward. I'll ask you to please identify which item on the consent calendar you're speaking on. And you'll have 2 minutes to address the board and come forward. And I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good morning. My name is Melanie Delgado. I am an attorney at the Children's Advocacy Institute at the University of San Diego School of Law. And for over a decade, we have been promoting policies at the national, state, and local level that will help youth in foster care to be successful as they age out of foster care. As Supervisor Desmond pointed out, so many of these youth end up homeless and have other really poor outcomes after they age out of the system. I am speaking to support AB 1512. We're a sponsor of AB 1512. For far too long, youth who are in foster care, as they are eligible for SSA benefits, which is survivor benefits and disability benefits, the agencies in the counties will, as has been mentioned, intercept those benefits and use them to reimburse themselves for providing foster care, essentially making these children pay for their own care. What this does is it deprives them of an essential resource as they age out of care that can be used to, for example, help pay for housing or education or other necessities that arise as they're aging out of foster care and into independent life. Even if a portion of these resources is conserved, it would provide them with a vital resource as they age out. AB 1512 addresses this issue, as Supervisor Desmond has mentioned. It does several things. It requires these kids to be screened and the agency to apply for benefits within 60 days of entering care. It requires that the attorney and the child are notified when benefits are applied for. Importantly, it requires conservation of these benefits, and it requires the youth to be consulted, which is important because it empowers the youth in a system that can be so disempowering. Thank you, and thank you for supporting AB 1512.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Board, and thank you, Chair, Madam Chair, and Board for being in full support, unanimous support of our agenda item today, item number 10. I'm Shane Harris, the President of the People's Association of Justice Advocates. I'm also a proud former foster youth of San Diego County. I spent 13 years in our county's child welfare system. It was Nick Mascione who was actually on my letterhead when I emancipated, so congratulations on your retirement and well wishes. I want to thank Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Anderson for being champions with us on this effort to get the County of San Diego to become a state sponsor, the second sponsor of our state, of California Assembly Bill 1512. My good friend, Assemblymember Isaac Bryan, out of District 55 of Los Angeles, California, is bringing this legislation forward in the state legislature to do exactly what we've done here in our county, prohibit the use and make it law where we prohibit counties from taking these benefits, survivors benefits and disability benefits from foster youth, many of whom have gone through what I went through, losing both of my parents. I came into the foster care system. I may also have lost benefits due to the county taking those. So today, I ask you and I thank you for supporting this legislation. I know it will mean the world of helping us get this across the finish line in the state Senate. And we're going to change the game for the foster youth across our state and across the county. This is one step to doing that. We have a lot of work to do to improve the child welfare system, make it more equitable and fair for the children of color and many of the children who enter at no bearing of their own. So we have a dignity and a responsibility as supervisors to make sure that our children are taken care of. Putting these funds back in their pocket demonstrates that solidarity. Thank you for your support.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is...
My apologies, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Irene Ekdahl, and I am a former foster youth, mom, wife, and a UCSD graduate, author, entrepreneur, and creator of A Journaling Journey, a course for foster youth. I'm here with the People's Association of Justice Advocates in support of AB 1512. While I was in foster care, being in foster care had its own challenges. Transitioning out of the foster system was extremely stressful. I had to quickly figure out where I was going to live and how I was going to pay my rent, food, and bills. Most of us can't depend on any family members for financial support or advice. I believe that if you are a foster youth who deserves survivor benefits, that money is yours and not the county's. I'm asking the San Diego County Board of Supervisors to sponsor Bill 1512 to help my brothers and sisters in foster care who rightfully deserve survivor benefits to receive them. That money will be a big blessing in their life and can prevent some foster youth from becoming homeless. In case you don't know, 25% of former foster youth will end up living in shelters or become homeless after exiting the foster care system. Taking survivor benefits from those who deserve it hurts them. I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to please have some compassion for foster youth. We already have gone through so much as children. Please sponsor AB 1512. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers in favor: Inga Intriago, Leah Nathaniel Tate, and Leah Ben Ami. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. My name is Charnel, and I'm here with the People's Association of Justice Advocates. The county consistently reimburses themselves for foster youths dealing with the tragedy of losing a parent. Their survivor benefits seem to float into the hands of the county, who deem themselves to be the better actor in the interest of their finances. This causes alarm and concern for multiple reasons. One of them being the historical pattern of homelessness and lack of other much-needed resources by the time these young people age out of the system. This is the very opposite of what we are supposed to stand for. We pride ourselves on freedom, justice, and equality for all. But where is the freedom of choice when it is ripped away from these young people to fend for themselves? Where is the justice in watching them struggle to provide the most basic necessities? Where is the equality in taking money that is rightfully theirs, unbeknownst to them? The created barriers of their failure to thrive economically pushes millions of youths to experience unreliable transportation, a secure environment, and a plummeted high school graduation rate. Ending the pipeline from foster care to homelessness is a group action endeavor. As if aging out of the system isn't a difficult period alone, the least that could be done is allowing much-needed resources, including the benefits these children need. Let's restore hope again by helping restore the future of these youths to get them off to a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Catherine Rhodes, and thank you very much, Supervisor Desmond, for bringing this forward. This is fabulous. You know, we're talking about orphans, people who lose their mother and father and have no parents. And so you are considered their parent. And what I really like about this is that it starts at 16, that the children can get their money. Maybe they could buy a car to be able to go get a job at 16, and that would be fabulous. And so, but my whole problem with this right now is that, you know, I go to my favorite document, periodic financial reports that you have as part of communications received, and communications received number 32. And, you know, there's $16.8 billion in this fund. It's gone, more billions of dollars have come from the last time I came here. But the only thing is, nowhere in this document do I see where you're putting the money set aside. The money set aside has to actually be in an actual fund. So my question, what I'm asking staff, and I'm asking the supervisors to ask is, where exactly is this fund? How much money is in this fund currently? I don't know. It should be public in this document, but it's not shown. So, you know, so my question is, what is the county's fund number and the balance for youth foster care funds from the federal government? And remember, this is federal government money coming for the children. So thank you so much for doing this. This is great, but I just want to have transparency so I could actually see the balance going up and up and be able to monitor it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Ingen Triago. Thank you for having me today, and thank you, Supervisor Jim Desmond, for putting this important bill forth. I am here representing on behalf of the People's Association of Justice Advocates in support of AB 15112. I've had the pleasure of working with, alongside, and hearing Shane Harris's powerful story of his upbringing in the foster care system and where he is today. I do have family, very close family, that also grew up in the foster care system, not here in San Diego, but back in New York, actually in Rhode Island, and just to see how they've come up in the system and so many obstacles and roadblocks that they had to face. So this is really, really important. When Shane told me exactly what AB 5 means and what has been happening to these children that are very vulnerable, and they have really no one to turn to, and how these funds are really specifically meant for them and for them to succeed, I felt that I really had to be here to speak on behalf of those that are vulnerable, especially children. And like someone mentioned, I mean, these funds can be used for a car, for education, to better themselves, to improve, and of course, stay off the streets and not be homeless. So thank you for having me, and thank you for hearing what I have to say, and have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Leah Benamy, and I'm a resident of County District 4. I'm here to voice my support for item 10 for San Diego County to become a sponsor of California Assembly Bill 1512, which would prohibit counties from taking foster children's survivor and disability benefits. I call on you to support the proposal made by Shane Harris, the president of the People's Association for Justice Advocates, for the county to become a sponsor of this state legislation. San Diego County must demonstrate its solidarity with our foster youth and must change the foster care system from its long-standing failures, especially in communities of color. These funds should go into our children's pockets, not the government, and the county should demonstrate solidarity with that effort. Combined with the unprecedented impact from the pandemic, we're experiencing the magnified consequences of these decisions now. Unfortunately for California, between LA, specifically Southern California, holds the highest number of unhoused in the US, with San Diego County having over 7,700, according to the 2023 United Way data set. 12% of San Diego's homeless population is under 24 years old. I thought that San Diego was a city where we took care of one another, especially children and students. How can we leverage experienced national and state organizations to better scale our existing San Diego organizations seeking to support the unhoused? Let's keep talking about solutions and ways to execute those solutions at scale, instead of just short-term fixes without long-term foundational support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition of the items on the consent calendar, Mark, Truth, and Reginald Carroll.
Good morning. My name is Nathaniel Tate. I'm with the Center on Policy Initiatives. I'm also a resident of District 4. Speaking on item 14, I would just like to thank the supervisors last month for voting in favor of the Workplace Justice Fund. This is really huge and an important step in the right direction for the county and also for workers who have experienced wage theft. And even though the initial amount of $100,000, we believe that County OOSE will be able to help many workers as possible as they are waiting for their wage theft judgments just to be paid. And we would also like to thank Director Brandon Butler as well for working together to find solutions for workers who have been exploited through wage theft. So again, thank you all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Reginald Carroll, was District 4. My opposition to the bylaws, item 8, is that it's completely anti-consumer, in my opinion. The Act really states that 1/3 be consumers, but if you sit there and look at it, in item 7, it literally said there, and what is deleted is that the planning group should be no fewer than 3 members, all subcommittee, and yet they deleted the requirement that at least one be a consumer. This pattern repeats over and over again. They're basically deleting the ability of consumers to sit there and participate. In item 6, open meetings, item C, it literally sat there and states that all committees should be open to the public. 2 months ago, the letter went out there saying the members of the public were not going to be allowed to go to the retreat. I wrote a letter to the compliance officer and to the Board of Supervisors. Everybody else I could sit there and think. Fortunately, it was reversed, and they sat there and told us that was an illegal Bride Act. But that is in this thing, is that to allow them to do what they were trying to do then. Also, in item E, section C, item E, it literally sat there and states that HPG members, what they deleted was the requirement that an HPG member or no consumers president say the meeting shall not proceed. They changed that. They now said they say it can go forward, they just can't do any business. My whole thing is over and over again, they're deleting the requirement that 1/3 of the people be HPG consumers, and they're doing it over and over again. Also, when these bylaws were originally created, we're supposed to be getting to zero, and now it's in the epidemic. In order to do that, I advocated 5 years ago that we actually put seats onto it for people at risk. They did not do it. This current bylaws literally has 1 seat for somebody at risk. I suggested 4 years ago that there be at least 4, which is basically about 5%. They won't do it. And this is a whole thing. How do you expect to sit there and solve a problem if you're not letting the people who are part of the problem be in
Thank you. Next speaker,
at the
please.
table?
Mark, you're not addressing the real problem with the youth and the homelessness. This video from 6 minutes and 40 seconds, watch it for 15 minutes, you'll understand that the entire fiscal system, our money is, the entire system is corrupt. So it's creating homelessness. This is creating youth being homeless. If you don't understand and stop this, then nothing will change. And eventually everyone will go bankrupt. Also, Nora, her community enhancement, number 2, gives $85,000 to an organization that is binational. It looks to me like some of the money is actually going to Tijuana. Also, in another of her enhancements for the community with our money, she is giving money to an organization that's one of their main projects is passing out propaganda for climate change. And while climate change exists, you can see these videos, by the way. Most are on YouTube, others are on BitChute. While climate change exists, it is not mostly caused by carbon. It's an excuse of the United Nations, the World Economic Forum and such, to take our freedom and control us. They're smart. They always use, I mean, they're never going to screw you by telling you that they're screwing you. They're always trying to help. In China, they were trying to help the people the whole time. They're enslaved. This one's on BitChute, very important. Katie talking about 15-minute cities and how they're making people pay fines for traveling in their own area. That's coming right up. They've already passed it. You need to see these. I don't have time. That's intentional. See these videos.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
And for the record, there's no money going to Tijuana.
All right, truth. Item 3 is $2 million in state cannabis taxes to test substances in low concentrations to research emerging drugs and trends. No to taxes used for experiments. Item 4, the Polinsky Center's already gotten caught not taking care of children, so they need to be replaced, not the codes. Item 5 is $3.5 million in state debt dollars for a community action plan to promote civic engagement. That's a pretty sick joke. Item 6 is $575,000 to implement the CDC's multi-state electronic health record-based network to have federal control of all of our health data. Item 7 is $1.7 million for family health centers to give refugees medical and mental health tests. Hopefully that doesn't include psychotropics and COVID clot shots. Item 8 is changing the rules for the HIV planning group so they don't have to be courteous anymore. Item 11 is Nora spending about $270,000, including $85,000 to the South County Economic Development Council, who she just gave $50,000 to last month. Also, it's still a conflict of interest. Item 12 is Joel spending over $425,000. Item 3 is Tara spending over $855,000 on 60 different organizations, including $15,000 to Sempra and Bill Gates-funded Catalyst of San Diego. $15,000 to the Kim Center, who claims that women are second-class citizens, which is offensive. On April 25th, they were already given over $13,000 by the San Diego City Council. $15,000 to the La Jolla Music Society so they can buy useless masks for the Woosai concert. Alibaba owners, the Woosais, throw their money at brain control AI research at Yale. $15,000 to Trans Family, the Boo Bashers, who already got about $18,000 from the San Diego City Council, and countless thousands from the supervisors. Item 15 is Helen choosing Aaron McDonald as the HHSA's interim deputy CEO. That means his salary is going up 10% and that 3D Nick's retiring. Per sempre, audio.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, Paul Hinken, speaking on number 6. The board wants to use random private, de-identified, whatever that means, data to promote individual healthy behavior. Moreover, the board wants to award a contract for local implementation, maintenance, and update of the multi-state electronic health record-based network for disease surveillance, or MENS, system, whose de-identified records are being used, presumably to create a healthy base. Who determines what is healthy behavior? Since the contract is multi-state, which standard would be used? SF, Chicago, or a less disaster-prone area? And does this even take into account one's individual medical history? But then it wouldn't be de-identified, I guess. We're told the data provided by MENS will improve access to the county services, so more accurate assessments of neighborhoods and populations with higher disease rates, and enable county staff to track program outcomes to determine the effectiveness of programs. So it's going to be used as another equity tool based on neighborhoods. Sounds like if you live in a healthy area, do this. If you live in an unhealthy area, do that thing. But you might be in good health, actually. Too good for the HHSA, I guess. No wonder I don't trust HHSA, or most of the medical profession, for that matter. Please reconsider this measure and open it up to competitive bidding.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Amy Harfeld, and I serve as the National Policy Director for the Children's Advocacy Institute at the University of San Diego School of Law. I've been working for over 15 years to stop the unjust and immoral practice of foster care agencies taking the federal benefits of youth with no notice or due process. I'm here to request your co-sponsorship of AB 1512. Imagine for a moment learning that a public agency had applied and pocketed your retirement benefits or public entitlement dollars behind your back without your input or even knowledge for years. It is outrageous. That is what happened to Ian Marks, the surviving child of 2 naval officers who ended up in foster care after the death of his mother and learned years later that the entire balance of her veteran survivor benefit had been siphoned into state coffers, denying him this legacy and leaving him without these vital assets as he transitioned out of care. Taking the benefits of these particularly vulnerable youth while the state pays the tab for all the other foster children in its care is contrary to basic principles of equity, due process, and equal protection. Facilitating access to these funds can make the difference to thousands of young people between homelessness and housing, food security, and hunger. Parents work hard to set their children up for success. When San Diego and all of California is acting as the legal parent of foster children, it should work towards the same goal. Thank you so much for considering co-sponsoring AB 1512, and I encourage you to do everything possible to facilitate its advancement. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller. For the next caller, Patricia Bevelin, your device might be muted.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patricia Bevelin. And first, I would like to thank Nick Mangione for his support
in addressing the issue of disproportionality. Nick did a training on break all the rules. I excelled in breaking the rules, and I hope that Nick will continue to break the rules and that he has much success in his new career. I'm now speaking on behalf of AB 1512. I am a retired County of San Diego employee from Child Welfare Services, worked my way up from the ranks of a case carrying worker to a manager. And I can remember being a case carrying worker, referring children to the social worker who was responsible for trying to get Social Security benefits for those children. And I also can remember having to inform foster parents that they had to spend down those accounts because it was too much money in them and it would adversely impact the children's eligibility. Hindsight tells me at that time that it was not a good idea. Now, it would have, had they had the money, it would have helped prevent children from going into poverty, homelessness, prison, and recycling back into the system with their own children. So I want to thank Reverend Shane Harris and Supervisor Desmond for bringing this similar bill forward to San Diego Board of Supervisors, and I wish to thank the entire board for their support of this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning. This is Peggy Walker. I wanted to speak in reference to item 3, the Cannabis Tax Fund Grant Program. The purpose of this good program is to reduce impaired driving crashes, increase public awareness surrounding the dangers of impaired driving, and to make roadways safer, all good things. In line with this, I ask that as part of this program, the medical examiner and highway patrol collect data and regularly report to the public regarding cannabis-related DUIs, auto crashes, deaths, and injuries, so that we can more fully analyze and understand the impact of marijuana commercialization and use. We need a measured accounting of the impact of increased availability, sale, and distribution of this psychotropic drug on DUIs, public and roadway safety. This is especially important now that THC potency has been engineered to unprecedented and dangerous levels. These levels far exceed what is acceptable in other countries and parts of the world. Maintaining and reporting data on cannabis outcomes and DUIs will be important to the public and should help inform policy decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Riddle speaking. I called in today to lend my voice for support of item 10 as a retired social worker who began her journey working in foster care. I am extremely pleased that we're going to take a look at AB 1512 and take a position of support on this particular piece of legislation. However, I'd respectfully like to take a trip down memory lane to just a couple of years ago when Supervisor Fletcher's, one of his first ideas was to close San Pasqual Academy. This was put in place belovedly on behalf of this very age group that AB 1512 talks about. And we provided residential care along with education for foster children who were primarily of that age, that 16 through 18, that had been emancipated either because they lost parents or because of their own choice. At that point, the world sort of shuddered within social work. And those of us who'd worked on behalf of foster care were appalled. Many years and lawsuits went by, and that was walked back. But we all wondered then if Supervisor Fletcher was playing from a different worldview playbook than the one that we all care about, that protects children. And it puts into I guess it provides a sort of concern about other things that he brought forward. Does it really well serve our youth? And I'd like to respectfully suggest that a good example of that is bringing more marijuana storefronts into the backcountry. I think we need to put children first, and I appreciate this attention to AB 1512. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Best. I'm one of the managers for the African American Wellness Center for Children and Families. I'm also a resident of District 4. I'm calling in support of modernizing California's child welfare system, in support of Assembly Bill 1512. I feel that, in this bill, the decision to further support, the foster care youth, in allocating, their unmet, current needs and their exit needs, that this bill needs to be passed. And it will currently, in support of this bill, will support that effort to allow these children to exit with any further trauma. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for public comment on the consent calendar this morning.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone that joined us today to make comments on these issues. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Note for the record that the consent calendar includes the item on the Fire Protection District agenda. That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item 22, receiving and approving the Mental Health Services Act 3-year program and expenditure plan for fiscal year 2023-2024 and through 2025-2026, and solicit time certain reporting. I'm going to hand over the time to our team for a presentation.
Thank you, and good morning, Chairwoman Vargas and members of the board. Through your board's leadership, the county remains committed to investing in services that meet the needs of all of the individuals' behavioral health conditions in our county. The Mental Health Services Act, also known as MHSA, is a critical resource that provides dedicated ongoing funding for programs that serve more than 65,000 children, youth and families, adults and older adults with serious mental health illness or serious emotional disturbance annually. It is the single largest source of funding within behavioral health services and supports some of our county's most vulnerable populations. Here with me today to present the updated Mental Health Service Act 3-year program and expenditure plan are Dr. Luke Bergman, our Director of Behavioral Health Services, and Nadia Pereira, our Assistant Director of Departmental Operations for Behavioral Health Services. Starting off is Dr. Bergman.
Thank you, Nick. MHSA was passed by California voters in 2004 and is funded by a 1% tax on personal income in excess of $1 million per year. It's designed to expand and transform California's behavioral health system to better serve individuals with serious mental health issues and their families. MHSA funding is organized into 4 components that support a broad continuum of behavioral health programs focused on unserved and underserved populations. Community Services and Supports, or CSS programs, provide comprehensive mental health services to people of all ages. Programs include wraparound services for children, children's school-based full-service partnership programs, crisis stabilization units, mobile crisis response teams, assisted outpatient treatment, adult residential facilities, and housing, with the biggest chunk of CSS funding dedicated to full-service partnership programs. Prevention and early intervention, or PEI programs, are designed to reduce stigma associated with mental illness and to bring awareness through public education. PEI includes integrated peer, family, and community engagement programs, rural integrated behavioral health and primary care services, school-based prevention and early intervention, and veterans and family outreach. Workforce, education, and training programs are designed to develop and maintain a public mental health workforce by providing career development opportunities. This component includes the behavioral health training curriculum and the interfaith behavioral health workforce centers of excellence, among others. Lastly, innovation projects are short-term, novel mental health practices or approaches that contribute to learning, an example of which is our recent behavioral health workforce innovation proposal brought to and approved by your board earlier this year. As required by MHSA, we collaborate with stakeholders as part of the Community Program Planning, or CPP, process to receive feedback, identify community concerns and priorities, and obtain input on ways in which MHSA funds could best address the needs of county residents. The input received from the community is vital to ensuring that diverse voices are incorporated into planning the array of services funded through MHSA. This year, outreach efforts were facilitated through the UC San Diego Health Partnership's extensive network of community connections and included continued work on the Community Experience Joint Partnership, which focuses on examining available data to help identify and address unmet behavioral health needs within the region. It also included development of a stakeholder outreach and engagement framework to enhance facilitation of county-wide processes for CPP, and community input gathering for the 3-year plan compiled via listening sessions, focus groups, and interviews, as well as active participation in community events. CPP efforts are not a once-a-year activity. We facilitate regular contact with stakeholders through ongoing community input and engagement activities, and we are continuing to build our department's community engagement capacity to support CPP and a myriad other engagement and public awareness efforts, working collaboratively with our colleagues in the Office of Equitable Communities and the Office of Strategy and Innovation. For fiscal year 23-24, the total proposed MHSA budget is $275 million, representing about a 20% increase compared to last year's budget, with increases across essential treatment, crisis, and diversionary prevention services and workforce. The MHSA budget continues to show an upward annual trend. I'll note that owing to COVID-19 in fiscal years 2021 and 21-22, behavioral health services received enhanced federal revenue that offset the MHSA budget at a greater rate, which led to the small dip that we see on this graph. I just want to highlight that this was not a reduction in services, but rather an increase in federal revenue for BHS programs, which thereby reduced the use of MHSA funds during those years. I'll now pass it off to Nadia Pravara.
Thank you, Luke. MHSA is the largest single source of funding within behavioral health services. And further, we utilize MHSA funds as the required match for an array of Medi-Cal eligible services. In fact, next fiscal year, we anticipate utilizing MHSA funding to draw down over $120 million in federal revenue, or roughly 50% more funding, to support MHSA services across our community. It's important to note that though we are bringing forward a budget of nearly $275 million, almost all the funding is to continue existing services. In other words, we do not zero-base our MHSA budget every year, but rather we carry over core services from the previous fiscal year. Majority of the services proposed for next year are for service enhancements and to expand capacity within existing programs. In fiscal year 23-24, the nearly $275 million proposed MHSA budget allocates funding across 4 components as follows: 83% for community services and supports, representing the greatest component of MHSA, 14% for prevention and early intervention, 1% for innovation programs, with a note that this does not yet include the public behavioral health workforce proposal that is pending approval by the California Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission on June 15th. And finally, nearly 3% for workforce, education, and training. You'll notice that there is no budget reflected for either capital facilities or technological needs. These were both one-time funds that were exhausted. Within CSS, we will be enhancing full service partnership assertive community treatment with an increase of $12 million. These programs support people with serious mental illness who are homeless or at risk of homelessness through a whatever it takes model. We will be investing an additional $4.9 million of MHSA in biopsychosocial rehabilitation or outpatient services to add staffing for care coordination, to support mobile outreach, a walk-in component, and other staffing enhancements. Within crisis and diversionary services, we are investing an additional $4.6 million of MHSA funding for enhancements to mobile crisis response teams, the psychiatric emergency response teams, and the VISTA Crisis Stabilization Unit. Regarding the MCRT program, it's worth noting that over the last 2 years, we've completed all actions initially approved by your board on April 6, 2021, and pending approval of today's recommendations, we will provide updates to coincide with significant developments. We will also be implementing the CARE Act program, which will provide outreach and engagement, clinical evaluation, service coordination, and behavioral health treatment services for individuals with serious mental illness who meet eligibility criteria and have a court-ordered care plan. Within youth services, we are adding about $600,000 of MHSA funding to support the Crisis Action Connection Program, which provides intensive support and linkage to services and community resources for youth experiencing a recent psychiatric episode, along with a recuperative care program that supports transition-aged youth who are at risk of homelessness and need connections to services and housing. Here on the slide, I wanted to highlight some incredible artwork done by our clients in the county-operated case management program, which is also funded through CSS. Within prevention and early intervention, we've planned a budget increase of nearly $7.4 million in MHSA funds to support enhanced public awareness and public messaging, suicide prevention, and stigma reduction. This will include investments in the It's Up to Us campaign, such as a new youth-focused component set to launch in 2024. We will also add new public messaging efforts to increase awareness of key behavioral health topics and additional support for health literacy. These messaging efforts augment the existing education and outreach efforts facilitated by community health workers and engagement staff, which will also see an increase in funding of about $1 million. We are increasing the budget by $1.3 million for the Prevention Parenting Program, which is designed to strengthen skills for parents of children exhibiting behavioral health challenges and provides training specifically for fathers. The funding will enable countywide expansion of the program. We're also investing $700,000 in school-based suicide prevention and early intervention for students in transition-aged youth. Finally, we will also include $1.4 million of an increase for enhancements across an array of other prevention-focused services. Within workforce, we are making new investments of nearly $3 million of MHSA to support the public behavioral health workforce through the Community Psychiatry Program, which enables psychiatry residents and psychiatric mental health nurse practitioners to acquire experience working in the public behavioral health field. Finally, several of our innovation programs are nearing the end of their term and will transition to the CSS and PEI components of MHSA, including the medication clinics, the peripartum program, and the Just Be You program. Also, within innovation will be the new $75 million proposal to support recruiting and retaining the public behavioral health workforce, which your board approved on May 2nd. With that, I'll pass it back to Dr. Bergman.
Thank you, Nadia. As we look ahead to the next year, we're anticipating significant activity that will affect MHSA-funded programs. Informing all of our services are continued clinical redesign efforts to ensure programs are meeting their desired outcomes. This will likely include ongoing increased investments to treatment, support services, prevention, and housing options as we continue to improve service delivery and tailor services to meet the needs of clients. Notably, CalAIM will be implemented beginning July 1st of this year. Behavioral Services has been working with county departments, payers, and contracted providers on planning around the implementation of behavioral health payment reform. And while we're hopeful about the positive impact it will have for us and for our community providers, we still don't fully know the financial and operational ramifications. We continue working diligently to project these impacts. Over the next several years, a number of new MHSA-funded services will be coming online, including the East County Crisis Stabilization Unit, a CSU at Alvarado Hospital, and further expansion of the mobile crisis response teams, which we're thrilled will become a Medi-Cal benefit as well. While we've added funding for CARE Act implementation, we'll continue to evaluate capacity to ensure that services are able to meet the needs of individuals with a care plan. We anticipate that there may be additional MHSA funding needed to support this program in future years if the state does not allocate full funding. We continue to make critical investments to support enhanced services, expanded capacity, and recruitment and retention of the behavioral health workforce to ensure stability across the regional behavioral health system. We're also planning for services as outlined in the Behavioral Health Optimal Care Pathways Model, or OCP, within recuperative care and community-based care. Finally, we anticipate needing to enhance and expand the Screening to Care program, which is currently funded by Time-Certain American Rescue Plan Act funding, bless you. To sustain this program and expand it beyond middle school youth, we'll need to allocate additional funding. Lastly, we anticipate a lot of activity around MHSA in the coming months due to the governor's announcement of MHSA modernization through a 2024 ballot initiative. We will remain, bless you again, informed of any updates and continue our efforts in projecting the impact on our services and MHSA revenue. I want to pause briefly on the MHSA flow of funds chart, which many of you may have seen before. When developing the MHSA budget and services, our goal is to address growing community need while balancing sustainability, anticipated revenue projections, and our ability to maximize federal drawdown when possible, as Nadia emphasized. As demonstrated by the line in green, you can see that there's a lot of volatility in terms of MHSA revenue year over year, since it's tied to personal income tax. Actual expenditures and proposed budgets are identified in red on the graph. And as you can see, we continue to ramp up services in a sustainable way with an increase of over $44 million in fiscal year 23-24. The blue bar chart shows unspent funds. As you can see, we anticipate ramping up services by over $100 million over the next 3 years, utilizing a majority of these unspent funds for new and enhanced programming. Lastly, it's also important to note that to date, San Diego County has reverted 0 MHSA funds. And across the state, only $7.8 million of the $22.8 billion of MHSA funding allocated to all counties has ever been reverted. That is less than 0.03%. In other words, when we receive MHSA funds, we're able to push the funding into services, which in turn support over 65,000 people annually who are in need of care. And we are continuing to increase capacity as critical programs are expanded. To conclude, today's recommendations are that you receive and approve the MHSA 3-year program and expenditure plan and direct the interim chief administrative officer to sunset time-certain reporting for the MHSA-funded Mobile Crisis Response Team program. Thanks, and we'll take any questions now.
Thank you very much. Before we go to public comment, I'm happy to make a motion on this item, but I want to first thank Dr. Bergman and his team for all the work that you've done on this, and particularly your leadership throughout California State Association of Counties and all the other associations as you're trying to bring a very different and unique perspective from San Diego County, so appreciate that. I also appreciate that we have a 3-year program that really is looking, it includes feedback from the Behavioral Health Advisory Board members, which I think is really critical, and that members of the public that were able to participate in the community engagement piece process as well. So I want to thank them as well for all of their work and everything that they've done. So, you know, for me, I think as we look at mental health services, it's a vital funding source for our behavioral health services department, representing the biggest funding source. And so it's going to be critical in supporting vital treatments, prevention, innovative behavioral health services for individuals experiencing serious mental health issues. I'm pleased to see that the proposed plan under the community service and support component has continued. Its investments to programs like our mobile crisis response teams and also crisis stabilization units, to name a few. I'm a strong believer in providing upstream services to address concerns early and prevent crisis. And so as part of the prevention and early intervention component, I'm glad to see that there's support for continued media and marketing campaigns focused on raising awareness about mental health as well as reducing stigma. And I know that you're doing it in inclusive and cultural competent ways, so appreciate that. There's still a lot of work to be done around mental health stigma and surrounding mental health care services, and in some cases almost a taboo around the topic. So breaking those misconceptions about behavioral health is a key component to this work as we are moving forward. Looking through the plan, it's clear to see that this 3-year plan is focused on ensuring that the continuity of existing service to individuals with severe mental illness is using a client-centered wellness and recovery-focused approach. So I appreciate that work, and I know we've had a couple of different conversations of some different initiatives and projects that we can move forward with. And you called it the behavioral global. What did you call the therapist? There was I forgot the name of it right now. Off the top of my head. The working component. What is it called?
It's the behavioral health workforce.
The behavioral workforce global component. I think I'm very interested in continuing to really look at that and what it looks like as we're moving forward. And what I hear from the folks on the ground is making sure that we have folks that understand language, the cultural competency, all of those items are super important as we're moving forward. And I know we've talked about a couple of other concepts that are really working in this region, like providing medical health care access in these areas as well. So we'll continue to look into that some more, but I'm happy to make the motion on this because I think it's extremely important. So let me go ahead and turn it over to Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thanks very much for the presentation and the update. And I look forward to future updates. I realize this is a budget item, and the chart where the spending is going up and up and up, and we're very proud that we spent all our money and we're not giving any of it back. But what we need are results. And when we hear that our homeless population went up 22%, we keep spending money and money and money. So it's good. I'm going to support the item, and I'm a big fan of the innovation. But it just seems like we're not getting ahead of this curve. It's the money's going up, and the number of homeless and people with behavioral health issues keeps going up. We hear about suicides, we hear about all sorts of things, that are going on. And I realize it's housing, and there's many, many, many factors. But I'm looking forward to some results that come out of all these new monies. But I understand that these are mental health dollars. But we also have a huge substance abuse issue as well. So do any of these funds help or care for those with just substance abuse issues?
Thanks for the question, Supervisor. So these funds do help to provide care for people with co-occurring conditions, so people with serious mental illness who also have substance use disorder. They are not eligible to be used for people with a standalone substance use disorder diagnoses. So they are not designated for that population specifically.
Well, in our homeless population, is roughly how much of our homeless population has mental health and substance abuse, or maybe just has substance abuse that don't get this help?
I think it's generally understood that a higher percentage of people who are chronically homeless have substance use disorder than have serious mental illness. So it's an important cohort of people.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure we're still able to take care of, those with substance abuse issues as well, even if they don't have mental health issues, but it's a substance abuse, which probably leads to mental health. So I want to make sure we have a parallel track with also taking care of those with substance abuse.
So I mentioned the MHSA modernization effort that the governor announced actually here in San Diego earlier this spring. And we don't fully understand what that is going to look like as a ballot initiative, but what we're hearing from the administration and those who are supporting this effort, and people like Darrell Steinberg up in Sacramento, is that there will be a shift towards greater emphasis in MHSA funding generally towards people experiencing homelessness. There's an expectation that there will still be an anchor with people with serious mental illness. But there is also, we are hearing an effort to shift towards an emphasis that would include standalone substance use disorder diagnoses as well. So that's, I think, something to keep our eyes on. It sort of through this MHSA modernization effort. And then I would just note that currently, we make really big investments toward the issue that you're describing specifically, not using MHSA funds, using realignment funds primarily, to stand up recovery residential services, for example, which is a sober living model that we pair with Medi-Cal supported or drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system supported outpatient treatment, right? So this is a housing service for people who are concurrently in outpatient substance use disorder treatment.
Well, I'm just kind of thinking of the person on the street that, or just the regular citizen that sees our homeless numbers keep going up and we keep putting more and more money towards it. It's, you know, it's hopefully one of these days the curve will start going in the other direction. And I appreciate, you know, all the efforts that you do and everything else, and realize some of the constraints. And I'm very supportive of the innovation dollars, trying other things, as opposed to, you know, just it being stuck in the same rut. So I appreciate those efforts, and thank you very much. I'll second the chair's motion.
Yeah, I'm happy to turn it over to Vice Chair Chair Lawson-Weimer, but I just want to remind folks that, you know, the economy, inflation, poverty is real in San Diego County. So when we're looking at the numbers for homelessness increasing, it's not just mental health care or folks who have substance abuse. This is one of the most, I don't know if you saw a report, San Diego is one of the most expensive places to live in the country. And so as we continue to not have enough housing and opportunities and spending money on prevention and all of the things that matter for our communities, those numbers will continue to rise. And so I think that's the work that this county has been doing really well and looking at it from a very holistic perspective. And I am sure that our homeless task force team can always come back and provide additional feedback about specifically about the numbers and where they're coming from. But I think COVID hit our communities extremely hard, and that's why those numbers are where they're at. But with that, Vice Chair Lawson-Weimer.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, just thank you. This is great, and you know, I know reflects a huge amount of work. I also really appreciate that we're focused on leveraging our MHSA funding as much as possible to be able to expand our access to Medi-Cal matching funds and Medicaid matching funds. It's obviously really important. So I just wanted to kind of, I think I wanted to just spend some time to just center how important this work is and how big of a departure it is from what we had been doing in this county for such a long time. And I think we look at mental health treatment throughout the state of California. We know that there's really an evisceration of services beginning in the 70s. And when we look at where we are today, we know that these are decisions that were made, you know, 40 years ago, that created massive gaps and massive shortfalls and have dug us into just an enormous hole and made it incredibly difficult for us to meet the really exigent needs of people in our community. And it's not going to turn around overnight. You can't undo 40 years of bad choices beginning in the 70s in, you know, a couple years. But I do think we are making, and the state of California in general and San Diego in particular, making really big strides in the right direction to make those investments. And I think, you know, 5, 6, 7 years from now, we're going to be looking at a completely different landscape of services here in our region. And that's what this is really about, is it's not about thinking that there's some, you know, magic pill that overnight we're going to be able to solve all our problems. But we know we're making, you know, big strides and making big investments for really urgent needs in our community that is going to transform what's possible for everybody. So I just think it's important to acknowledge that this is a long process, and this is a very important step in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues said almost everything I wanted to thank you for. So I'm going to reduce it to what they missed. And one of the things that I really appreciate is the focus on East County and the unincorporated and how we're moving and expanding so many of those services to people that have never had access before. And one of the focal points is the Chaldean Middle Eastern Behavioral Services. And what I like is that you are going about it in a cultural way, because not with having the most refugees west of the Mississippi in my district, they don't think the way we do, because they haven't been here long enough to be, Americanized, as people say. And so being culturally conscious of how to get them the best treatment is really outstanding work. And then finally, I'm glad that there is a focus on substance use disorder treatment. We know that one of the epicenters in San Diego County is in my district for opioids. So combining those treatments, this is going to be great results, I believe, moving forward. And I know it took a lot of time, because I've been bringing attention to this for the last 2.5 years, and this is an outstanding plan. So thank you so much for being so thoughtful.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to open it up for public comment, and then if you have anybody else has any questions or comments, happy to come back.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 12 requests to speak on item 22, 4 in person and 8 requesting to speak by phone. We also did not receive any e-comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 22 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with those in favor of this item, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Catherine Rhodes and Pam, followed by Mark and Truth. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Great. Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I only just saw this today, but it does look great. But this Mental Health Service Act has been here since 2004 when we approved it. So the money has been coming in since 2004. So this has been 19 years. You've had this. You're finally changing things, which are great. But one thing that I always thought when we voted for this is that you would use it to house the mentally ill homeless, even in hotels. I don't know why we can't spend the money for you guys to house every single severely mentally ill person. You have the money. It would help with the homeless problems tremendously. I remember when when you first started spending this money, what you would spend this money on is advertisement, or your Live Well San Diego advertisements, not on the actual severely mentally ill homeless. There's so many severely mentally ill homeless that need your help, and they're not getting it. So what I would like you to, and one of the things is, I was looking at your cash balance. You still have 145.6 million cash in fund number 61157, the Mental Health Service Act, WIC 5892. That means you have so much money. You could use the money that is already in the fund balance. Yes, you have it planned for something, but why don't you have it planned to help, to do what we actually voted on? We voted on that you would take care of all the mentally ill, the severely mentally ill all over the place. And then one thing I wanted to mention, back in the day, you would always say you could only house the mentally ill in the unincorporated area. Now you're admitting that you could have housed them all over San Diego County. So please house all the homeless people. They really need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Pam. I wrote this on the green slip. I meant to write it on the pink slip, so I oppose this. First, how wonderful this board celebrates the great outdoors by encouraging people to go outside, and now acknowledges it promotes a healthy mental state. Such hypocrisy from this board after forcing and mandating isolation and staying indoors during the so-called COVID pandemic, subsequently causing the rise of mental health issues and mental deterioration. This board contributed to the current level of the mental health problem and now wishes to spend more and more money, millions and millions, proclaiming its desire to resolve the mental health issues that they help contribute to. I'm here, hello, I'm the government, I'm here to help. Now it presents as caring by promoting getting outside without acknowledging and apologizing for the damage to county residents directly caused by this board, including Dr. Wooten, Dr. McDonald, and Nick. The board continues to believe with more money spent comes resolution of the problems. $1 billion for COVID, and people still died. $1 billion and more for homeless. What are our numbers? Higher. And now millions and millions for mental health issues, all of which this board has had a hand in the direct cause. But we all know if there's no resolution of a problem, there's no need for more money.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, it's Truth again. First, Nora, it's good to know that those high prices at the grocery store aren't fake. Thank you for clarifying. Second, Jim, great question about substance abuse treatment, which is never going to be given by the state. Third, Luke, there shouldn't have been a reduction in service. You got more money. All right, so what we've been witnessing is the transformation of the county's behavioral health system into a tentacle extension of the state's behavioral health beast. A county government that wants to double in size with a whopping 19,000 more minions just for behavioral health. And that's because the state's Mental Health Services Act is offering these supervisors a total of over $848 million in state debt dollars. All they got to do is play the role of yes-men puppets, dancing on the state's crazy strings and implementing their tyrannical programs over the next 3 years. I know that early intervention component will go hand in hand with the county's Screening to Care initiative that targets children while in school with mental health evaluations and pharmaceutical drug interventions without parental knowledge or consent. I shudder to imagine what innovations could mean. Hopefully it's like their affordable housing on wheels, nothing new. But the introduction of this act is going to work just as well as the state's Housing First program, Jim. I saw you on the news with my friend Bill Wells. It was weird. But anyways, who's ever going along with yet another guaranteed failed state program is obviously suffering from some sort of serious mental illness or serious emotional disturbance, when you can see clearly that homelessness has gone up by 22%. Nothing's getting better, so why continue on the same path? I do not know. But this is what I'm seeing, along with increasing government with white coats at the helm. And that's why I have to oppose this item. It's just another state failed program.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mark, if you continue your global policies, you don't have enough money for the mental health problems you are creating. Destroying 40% of the businesses. And by the way, Nora's right about inflation. You guys need to see these videos. What Nora didn't tell you is that it could easily be stopped. And people just don't understand. If you see this video on YouTube, this title, from 6 minutes and 40 seconds to 24 minutes, if just most Americans see this, they could stop it right away. Nora will never tell you about this. They've destroyed 40% of our economy here in California. That is not an accident. That was absolutely intentional. The pharmaceutical industry, and this is one of my biggest problems with this measure.
Focus on item 22, please.
Excuse me?
The item, please.
Yes, and by the way, everything I'm saying relates 954.3C of the Brown Act says that you cannot stop my criticisms or prohibit them. Now, the pharmaceutical companies are going to issue more drugs, and I personally seen people that start out mildly bipolar that literally have much greater problems now because of being helped by the psychiatric community. So people need to see these videos, and this one is on BitChute, just like this one is, these titles. And I don't have much time here. That's intentional that they don't give us time. And by the way, Nora, preventing me from speaking and giving my criticisms on your policies and programs is a direct violation of the Brown Act that is very serious, as you know, could damage your career or $1,000 fine.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Henkin. The spending plan may be enough to convince the state, but it is not good enough. And sunset reporting should not be suspended. I recommend modifying the plan. It is bad accounting that the sums outlined in the summary budget table are the same from FY 2024 to 2026. The possibility of needs changing between now and then is foreseeable and should be included even at this level of budgeting. It is hard to believe that there is no allowance for capital facilities or tech needs in the MHSA plan. Not sure why the prudent reserve balance stays the same over 3 years and does not factor in inflation or changing needs. It is not reasonable that expenditures for various programs are the same over 3 years either. Then I see that stakeholder comments relegated to page 604 merely say noted without indicating what action was taken on them. There aren't that many either. Looks to me that someone wants to just ramrod this through for their own purposes without actually helping the people they are supposed to help. The equity statement cites 2021 data to justify its need. Why should we accept 2021 data at the height of the COVID pandemic with its mandates and disruptions as valid today? And while lower income or disadvantaged people have less access to psychological care, all people should have access to care if needed. The board wants to sunset time-certain reporting for the MHSA-funded book.
Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kathleen Lippett, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to share just one of hundreds of non-economically compromised research and evidence-based studies that continue to validate the outsized role today's high-potency commercial marijuana plays in undermining and compromising mental health, especially among our most vulnerable and homeless populations. The goal of mental health prevention and early intervention cannot be realized as long as the county continues to ignore the role that supporting marijuana commercialization plays in mental health. A study published in Psychological Medicine analyzed detailed health records data spanning 5 decades and representing more than 6 million people in Denmark to estimate the fraction of schizophrenia cases that could be attributed to cannabis use disorder on the population level. The study estimated that as many as 30% of cases of schizophrenia among men aged 21 to 30 might have been prevented by averting cannabis use disorder and schizophrenia. The link between serious mental health hurdles and cannabis use must be recognized on behalf of protecting mental health. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. As a retired social worker, I was thrilled to see item 22 on the docket today. But I came to speak because I am the mother of 3 sons and 11 grandsons. And I'm very concerned about the statistic that indicates 18 to 25-year-olds, that happens to be the age of those 11 grandsons of mine, have the highest rate of serious mental illness and concurrently the highest use rates of cannabis, and thus have high record problems associated with what we now call cannabis substance disorder. Used to call it marijuana addiction, so I'm just struggling for the right language. But the bottom line is that we see the same impact. And what one of the impacts that we have seen is that young men are not entering college at the same rates they used to. This means that young women have a higher entrance rate into college, which is certainly a wonderful thing. But those of us responsible for our young men are worried about this. Also, the National Bureau of Labor expressed its concern about the uneasiness, was actually what their press release said, about the number of 18 to 25-year-olds who failed to enter the workplace after COVID. And these labor experts have explored the many complex reasons for this situation, and the number one concern they have is for cannabis use disorder. In addition to that, their concern regarding the entrance into college and the training and education that they would receive there. It is important as we look at mental health that we look at the causes behind mental health problems, and it will make our...
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo here, and as a fed-up citizen, I was thrilled to see this item to once again easily be able to call out the hypocrisy of government. Catherine Rhodes, sister, they do not give a shit about the severely mentally ill. They do not care. I don't understand why people insist on supporting such a system that has only caused the destruction. Why do people continue to believe in the illusion? It is, in fact, up to each and every one of us. We are our brother's keepers. It's not up to government. They will never help all the homeless people who are severely mentally ill, ever. They caused this shit. Wake up, people. You want to do something? Stop supporting these motherfuckers. For real. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
I echo that, and I would like to give a warm handoff to this propaganda update that you guys have laid before the people. It's just so funny when we talk about behavioral health and you act like COVID had hit the community really hard. No, you guys hit the community really hard, doing all the crap that you guys do. Just like with homelessness and all these things, doesn't matter how much money you throw at it, because you're the problem, it's always going to get worse until you're gone. Because you guys, there's so much confusion going on in the world, which is so funny. It's like, you know, now everybody has a behavioral health issue. I mean, you guys have this anticipated need for double your workforce just for this reason, all while we're creating the confusion and brainwashing in society to make people think that what's up is down. It's all a bunch of confusion, so nobody knows which end is up. And as long as you do that, then you have behavioral health issues, right? Like parents who want to protect their children from being indoctrinated, from pretending that they can be any sex, or if, like I say, a man will always be a man and he'll never be a woman, then you'll say we have behavioral and mental health issues. That's the problem, is that you guys want everybody in this realm, because then you can continue to get money all while you perpetuate the problem. As soon as you guys are gone, these issues won't continue. But all you do is you take the people's money and you sit there and spend it and act like we're going to help these people. We have nothing to do. It's COVID that caused this. It's the environment. It has nothing to do with what we're doing. Imagine trying to get help and being told that there's no help for you. That's going to cause some severe issues. But that's because you guys do it. You don't offer up any help to anybody. You turn them away. But yet you continue to want to get funds, right? Nora, this is your favorite time. Are you all excited and fuzzy inside because you get to deal with the money? Oh, well, it does nothing to help. You guys either need to shit or get off the pot. Because right now, the toilet bowl is full of a bunch of shit. You're trying to serve it to the people and drink.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you. The next item of discussion is authorized acceptance of state youth suicide reporting and crisis response pilot program funding and waive board policy B29. I'm going to turn it over to the county team for a presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Vargas and members of the board. Although the county and our partners have made great strides in addressing and preventing suicides locally, we still have a whole lot more work to do to build upon existing suicide prevention and crisis response efforts. Suicides and suicide attempts among youth and young adults are of increasing concern. Today, we'll be presenting an important opportunity for the county to embrace youth suicide prevention efforts via some funding available through the California Department of Public Health. And here to present with me are Dr. Liz Hernandez, our Director for Public Health Services, and Dr. Luke Bergman, our Director of Behavioral Health Services. And starting us off is Dr. Hernandez.
Thank you, Nick. Recently, our county was among 10 California counties invited to participate in a 2-year youth suicide reporting and crisis response pilot program by the California Department of Public Health Injury and Violence Prevention Branch. The pilot's goals are to support efforts to plan, develop, and implement approaches for rapid reporting of local youth suicide and suicide attempts, in an effort to facilitate follow-up and linkages to resources to support students, schools, and other impacted members of the community. Planned pilot activities would fall under the following categories: data surveillance and reporting, comprehensive crisis response, and general suicide prevention. Activities would build upon current suicide prevention efforts and enhance regional resources and programming aimed at identifying and quickly responding to suicides and suicide attempts among youth and young adults under the age of 25. This pilot presents a great opportunity for our county to address an urgent and growing need that our region is facing. In recent years, it has been encouraging to see overall suicide rates trend downward. However, our rates remain higher than the state's, and suicide remains a leading cause of death for San Diegans. Of particular concern are suicides among youth and young adults in the county, as suicide is the second leading cause of death for youth between the ages of 10 to 24 years of age. Between 2017 to 2021, we specifically saw a 29% increase in the suicide rate among local youth ages 15 to 19, and a 57% increase for this age group over the last 10 years. Additionally, emergency department hospitalization rates due to suicide attempts, intentional self-harm, and suicidal ideation have increased and are particularly high among this age group. This requires ongoing and enhanced resources. CDPH assessed several variables to identify invitees, including county's average monthly suicide counts, suicide rates among youth aged 10 to 24 from 2018 to 2020, diversity, and youth suicide counts within rural counties. Although our selection to participate in the pilot is due in part to our region's high youth suicide count and youth suicide rates, it should be noted that the county was also invited given the array of current efforts to address suicide prevention and the support services we could build upon and enhance. I will now pass it over to Dr. Luke Bergman to provide you with more details on the work we've been doing.
Thanks, Dr. Hernandez. The county has a number of ongoing suicide prevention supports available, which this pilot program could build upon. These include the San Diego County Suicide Prevention Council, which is a coalition of stakeholders across multiple sectors dedicated to finding solutions to prevent suicide and address its impact on families and communities. Among its many activities, the council coordinates mental health trainings and leads the production and distribution of the annual report to the community, which highlights resources and local suicide data. It's Up to Us is the county's long-standing multimedia campaign to increase public awareness and understanding of mental illness. The campaign aims to educate the community on the symptoms of mental illness and warning signs for suicide, to promote help-seeking and reduce mental health-related stigma. We're currently in the planning stages for a new youth-focused brand to complement It's Up to Us that's anticipated to launch in 2024. We also have several programs currently providing community and school-based prevention to students and their families throughout the region. This is in keeping with our Children's Continuum strategy, which supports youth across 3 key domains: family, healthcare, and school. The Screening to Care initiative, for example, expands mental health screenings and resources for prevention, early intervention, and treatment for students. As of February 2023, 4 contracts were executed for school-based behavioral health programs and 1 pending award in October that include universal screenings for middle school students. Some of the contracts have initiated services, and we anticipate this program to be fully stood up in the next academic year. The goal of these screenings is to identify students' social and emotional needs and provide early intervention supports. School Link, a partnership between the county and local school districts to provide county-funded behavioral health services for students and their families, is currently available at 330 schools across 32 of the region's 42 public school districts. Helping, Engaging, Reconnecting, and Educating Now, which is known as Here Now, provides suicide prevention programming, parent sessions, and screenings for middle and high school students within school settings, as well as for transition-age youth, 16 to 25 years old, in non-school settings. Here Now is offered at 76 schools within 22 school districts across San Diego County. Lastly, creating opportunities in preventing and eliminating suicide, known as COPES, builds the capacity of local educational agencies to support school communities and champion mental health through a variety of approaches for staff, students, and families. In addition to suicide prevention and stigma reduction, COPES aims to improve the coordination and collaboration between schools and mental health service providers for student referrals. Since January of 2022, the San Diego County Office of Education has partnered with Behavioral Health Services to coordinate COPES activities for numerous school districts and charter schools across the region. Opportunities to support youth mental health and suicide prevention efforts have also been identified through recent community conversations. Enhancing and increasing resources for youth and young adults was clearly and consistently identified as a high priority by community members in several forums. Key themes and learnings from recent community input activities included increasing youth and transition-age youth-specific resources, particularly to address depression, anxiety, and suicide, stigma reduction and outreach campaigns for youth to encourage help-seeking, more community health worker and peer-based support for students and families navigating the systems of care, and upstream prevention, exploring more resources and programming focused on building up social and emotional skills such as self-regulation and health coping strategies. The invitation to participate in this CDPH pilot presents an opportunity to build upon our existing crisis response resources and suicide prevention efforts for youth and young adults across 3 major areas: data surveillance and reporting, comprehensive crisis response, and general suicide prevention. Activities within the data surveillance and reporting category could include the collection and analysis of real-time data on suicide-related indicators. By tracking presenting concerns, such as suicidal ideation and suicide attempts through emergency department visits, for example, we'd be able to detect trends and deploy a rapid response as needed through more outreach, media campaigns, or the enhancement of other programs as appropriate. Funding from the pilot could enable us to do this by supporting increased and issue-focused epidemiology and surveillance capacity. Enhanced surveillance would also enable us to respond with supportive services to particular youth in moments of crisis for them. In 2021, San Diego youth and young adults between the ages of 10 to 24 had the highest emergency department and hospitalization rates due to suicide attempts, intentional self-harm, and suicidal ideation compared to other age groups. A recent trial found that people who received safety planning from peers in the emergency department after a suicide attempt had significantly fewer ED visits post-discharge than those who received their safety planning from a medical provider. So pilot funding could be used to plan and develop a peer-delivered emergency department response system for suicide attempts among youth in San Diego County, which would provide a period of continued peer navigation and support after an initial ED visit. In addition, potential interventions could include referrals for behavioral health and medical services, coordination of a support team, and safety planning. This pilot opportunity could also fund several activities aimed at general suicide prevention for youth. Some examples include expanding the reach of Here Now countywide, As I noted earlier, this is a school-based suicide prevention program providing support, resources, and mental health screenings for students and their families. Here Now offers the Signs of Suicide curriculum through student assemblies, staff trainings, and parent meetings, as well as district-level trainings and community presentations. Funding could be used to expand training, outreach, and suicide risks in screenings in our rural communities. Local data indicate that intentional self-harm and suicide attempts are disproportionately high among youth living within the east and north inland regions of the county. These areas include, but are not limited to, the rural communities of Alpine, Mountain Empire, Palomar-Julian, and Palma. Through the pilot, our current rural integrated health service providers serving the 5 federally qualified health clinics in these areas would be able to partner with the Suicide Prevention Council. Their collaboration could include the promotion of a standardized routine screening for suicide risk to be used in primary care settings, expanded ability to provide rapid triage, brief intervention, and referrals to those at risk for suicide. They would also provide much-needed community outreach and education in these areas to increase awareness of available behavioral health services. In addition to increased community outreach and education, the pilot could expand access to trainings regarding suicide prevention with schools, institutes of higher education, and the broader community. Lastly, the pilot could fund dedicated community liaisons to implement tailored outreach, education, public messaging, and engagement on suicide prevention and local resources, as well as enhanced coordination with other service providers. Liaisons could be deployed in areas of the county identified to be at higher risk based on data, such as our rural communities. Regionalized liaisons to support with navigation the system of care continue to be frequently requested by community members at input and listening sessions, with a strong stakeholder preference for a grassroots, warm handoff approach. The process for receiving these funds has been fast-tracked by the state, with some crucial activities occurring in just the last few months. On March 1st, the county was invited to participate in the 2-year pilot program and tentatively allocated approximately $4.1 million to fund pilot activities. Virtual information sessions, contracting documents, and further instructions were then made available in early April. CDPH was requiring all counties invited to participate to execute a contract and encumber their allocated funds prior to June 30th to keep the project on track. Pending receipt of the funds, Behavioral Health Services and Public Health Services would begin developing a program work plan in July. The activities outlined in our work plan will build upon existing crisis response resources and suicide prevention efforts. Though this is a 2-year pilot, we would hope for continued support from the state. However, this work is a priority for our county, and we will continue to leverage available funds to support broader youth suicide prevention efforts. CDPH will oversee a pilot program evaluation of all counties, which will be conducted by third-party evaluators at the University of California, Los Angeles, the details of which will be shared with us once they're made available. Today's action requests your authorization to accept the funding to participate in the Youth Suicide and Reporting and Crisis Response Pilot Program and to waive Board Policy B29. Given the subject matter we're discussing today, I'd also like to take this time to encourage anyone who is having thoughts of suicide or who would like resources for behavioral health to please dial 988 or to call the Access and Crisis Line, available 24/7 in 150 different languages at 1-888-724-7240. Thanks, and we'll take any questions now.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and turn it over to public comment, and then we're going to go ahead and have a conversation.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 12 requests to speak in this item, 3 in person and 9 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we received 1 e-comment in favor of this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak in item 23 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, starting with the individual in favor, followed by the individuals in opposition. I'd like to invite forward Catherine Rhodes, followed by Mark and Truth. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record.
Wonderful. My name is Catherine Rhodes, and I have a niece who's 12 who's suicidal. She's been suicidal since she was 7. But what people say she has about 30 calls to CPS already, maybe even more. And what she says is, I'm being abused. And what CPS said, oh, you're not really being abused. She says, I'm suicidal. Oh, no, you're playing games. You're pretending you're suicidal so you could, not be with your father. And so what happens is that CPS doesn't look at things like coercive control. Coercive control just became a law in 2021, and that says that you cannot isolate people. And my niece is being isolated from her family. I haven't seen her in 3 years. CPS said that we're not good for her. I'm a great aunt. CPS thinks that we're liars. So the solution is this form that CPS refuses to fill out. Back in September 28th, 2020, in family court, the judge wrote out a JV form, JV 210, application for commercial proceedings by affidavit and decision by social worker to move her case to juvenile court. But instead they did it. Recently, last week, after CPS talked to her in school, the next day, and she said she was abused, as to hurt her, what they did is they put her in Mesa Vista Hospital, then they put her in the Polinsky Center. They didn't talk to the mother, they didn't talk to the guardian ad litem, and the social worker has canceled three meetings so far, including today. This morning was supposed to be a meeting at 11. So anyway, I would like to make an appointment with Dr. Bergman to go over this specific issue. I don't want my niece to die.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
All right, this is truth, and I do it for the good fight, not warm handoffs. The state wants to partner yet again with the county's HHSA to partner, for a youth suicide reporting and crisis response program. And what is it about? Money. Jackpot. Over $4.1 million in state debt dollars to implement their plan, including reporting, crisis response, and data surveillance activities related to the prevention of suicides and suicide attempts among youth 25 and under. Maybe this is going to go along with Jim's "Don't Kill Yourself" banners. Let's hang them over highways, spread the good word of life with negative messages. But seriously, I'm going to have to give advice on how to prevent those 25 and younger from having those suicidal thoughts to begin with. Keep both county and state governments as far away from them as possible. Quit telling them there's something wrong with them that only big pharma and surgeries can fix. Quit ruining their chance to buy a house and have a family by putting up barriers to building real houses, single-family homes. Quit ruining their chance to own a business by introducing pointless and expensive permits and hoops. Quit ruining their chance to keep a car by introducing vehicle hours travel fees or congestion taxes. Quit ruining their chance to keep a job by demanding they get the deadliest emergency use authorization clot shut ever unleashed in human history. Quit blocking their futures. That's how we prevent suicides. Not by tracking with data surveillance and not by throwing money into buckets. Suicide, being the second leading cause of death for 10 to 24-year-olds in San Diego County, is but a symptom of our society on the absolute wrong path. And that's exactly why I've been forced to show up to these meetings and speak, because there's no future in sight. Well, I want one, and the only way to have a chance at it is to fight for it. Somebody needs to think of the children seriously. Not a Simpsons clip, I'm being serious. Because this item, it's just not the solution. It's just money.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, truth is right. Your policies are intentionally making people poor, so they have no hope of buying a house like most people could have done if they really tried and scrimped maybe 50 years ago. Enhanced depression and suicide is a listed side effect of many pharmaceutical mental health medications, which I am sure your program will be distributing and even forcing against the students or parents' will. By the way, people need to see these to stop inflation, because that's one of the main things that's keeping people from prosperity. And not having any money creates depression and suicidal feelings. Love and prosperity would be a far better solution, which you are preventing with your ever-increasing taxes and fees and your failure to stop the Federal Reserve causing endless inflation. Michael Yaden, who was vice president of Pfizer, literally said, and this relates directly since pharmaceutical drugs will be used to help these people. He literally said that the COVID vaccine, which you guys pushed, the mRNA, this is Vice President of Pfizer talking. You can see this on bitshoot.com. Him literally saying that he believes any first-year immunologist would have known that this literally causes the spike protein to distribute toxins all over the body, and that they would immediately not use this approach. Now the mRNA vaccine is, they think it's such a success, they want to use it for all vaccines. And it's gene therapy, and he's very against it. He thinks it's very dangerous, and it could have only been an intentional effort to poison people. This is real. See it on BitChute, BITCHUTE.com.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Hi, this is Peggy Walker, and I strongly support this crisis response, and thank you for bringing it forward. I'd like to call attention to data from the San Diego County Medical Examiner showing that of those under 25 in our county who completed suicide, 39%, that's well over one-third, tested positive for THC. It's time to acknowledge the link between cannabis use and suicide. The National Institute on Health reported data from about 300,000 young people 18 to 35 showing cannabis use was associated with increased suicide risk. This risk or link to marijuana to suicide remained regardless of whether the user also experienced depression. In other words, it was cannabis use alone that induced suicide ideation, attempt, and completion. A JAMA study found the decade from 2008 to 2021 a time of marked increase in cannabis use and accompanying suicidality among those 18 to 24. Suicide cannabis exposures reported to U.S. poison centers increased significantly from 2009 to 2021. I know personally two mothers who lost minor college-age sons to marijuana-related suicide. They began weed use younger, then increased use due to anxiety, depression, or other mental health issues, and struggled for years before recognizing that marijuana made their mental illness worse. They couldn't cope with addiction-related mental issues, and in desperation completed suicide. I ask you, please consider the strong role of marijuana.
Thank you.
Suicide.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Becky Rapp. I'm a parent and drug prevention educator working with youth. And I'd like to thank you for bringing this important item before the board. Sadly, youth suicide rates are up, and crisis response teams are crucial to preventing and interrupting suicide ideology and effort. Our young people need mental health professionals now more than ever as they're turning to drugs and alcohol, believing the misconceptions highly addictive industries portray. The marijuana industry is a key player when spilling lies that marijuana products are beneficial when suffering from anxiety and depression. I'd like to share with you a study released today by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration. One of our most vulnerable communities, the LGBTQ community, is experiencing major mental health concerns regarding anxiety and depression as they are experiencing serious thoughts of suicide due to stress caused by stigma, discrimination, and harassment. The study points out that LGBTQ individuals are 3 times more likely to have a substance use disorder. As we see more and more marketing of cannabis targeting the LGBTQ community, particularly youth, the consequences are clear. High rates of use in a population already at higher risk are doubly disturbing. Please consider the correlation between these high-potency marijuana products and the serious mental health consequences they have on our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Paul Henkin. I think it's really important that that you prevent suicides, all suicides, whether by legal drugs or depression caused by COVID in schools and mandates and whatever else or not. But I was actually listening to Dr. Bergman or whoever the presenter was, and he or she kept mentioning, well, maybe we can do this with the funds, maybe we can do that with the funds. I'd really think that with a presentation, a formal presentation to the board, I'd think they would have worked out whether, you know, it shouldn't be a possibility. It should be, well, we plan to do this, and hopefully it will pan out, or we plan to do that, and hopefully it will pan out. I mean, I think it's kind of wasting our time wasting our time and money and tax money if they just say, well, we could do this. I mean, we know that's what they would do. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth. Thanks for your attention.
And also the anti-marijuana mamas need to understand that people go to marijuana because of government. It's a result of everything government is doing.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. This is the first time I've spoken at a San Diego County Board of Supervisors meeting. Hello. I moved to San Diego last July. I'm sorry it's taken so long to finally speak at a County Board of Supervisors meeting. I've been trying to learn to participate in the City of San Diego thing, and in being from the San Francisco Bay Area and San Jose, Santa Clara County, they had real issues around teenage suicide in Palo Alto, where kids back in around 2012 or so started going out to the railroad tracks, high school kids, and committing suicide in large numbers year after year. And it's taken a lot of work to address those issues in the Palo Alto area that may be of interest to you for this item. I think it's being better addressed now. I don't exactly know the steps that were taken, but I thought I would pass that along as a good reminder to yourselves and kind of how I tend to be working in San Diego at this time at public comment time. So thanks for your time today, and thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Ann Riddle, retired social worker, grandparent to 11 grandsons. I wanted to share some information from the CDC. We have learned more and more about the background for suicide and suicidal thoughts that end up in suicide, and we seem to gather them into 3 categories. First and most serious, mental health. By serious, I mean the percentages that CDC provides to us regarding what's behind suicide. Second, substance abuse. And third, traumatic life events. But the CDC also focuses our attention on something they call the gender paradox of suicide, and that it is that men die by suicide more often than women. In fact, 76% of all suicide deaths are male. What's kind of fascinating about this is that females' suicide attempts are greater, but the completion of suicide is more often male. When they relate it to the three items associated or precipitory to suicide, mental health, substance abuse, and life events, what we note for women is it's more associated with mental health, with depression. However, with males, it's more associated with substance abuse, and in particular, cannabis use disorder. And as we look at the role this county can play in preventing suicide, we must take a look at the role that cannabis plays in the decisions our young people make regarding their life. There's no second chances with suicide. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
You know, as someone who's no stranger to suicide, you guys in your whole spending millions of dollars on these pilot activities, we never really get down to the source of what is the problem. It's like, you know, all of these children have had their, you know, worlds and society is turned upside down. It's like the world shut down, they were isolated, then they come back into a world that is completely different than it was before, and now being pushed into being gender confused and transitioning and making decisions that they shouldn't be making until they're an adult. And so, you know, we're causing all this anxiety and depression. And, you know, the more we give all of these prescriptions that, like Mark was saying, cause suicidal thoughts and tendencies, you know, we're never going to get out of this. We're never going to go, why are the children feeling this way? And as somebody who's done this myself, you know, you're not treated that great when you do it. I mean, nobody came and talked to me in the hospital. It wasn't like they were trying to keep me from doing it. And usually people don't talk about it. They don't sit there and go and, you know, so all this data that you're trying to collect, it's almost as if you're going to collect it after the fact, but you're not really going to go and figure out what's going on in these children's lives and giving them a space to, you know, feel like they can talk about stuff instead of just like giving them a pill or, you know, saying that they have a behavioral health issue. It's like getting down to the root cause of it, which is what's going on around us right now. When you flip everything upside down, you can't figure out what end is up. And so the kids are being massively brainwashed. And so, you know, that's one of the things that we have to concentrate on, because this is being caused and perpetuated, especially when you tell children that they're in a group that commits suicide because of what their choices are, like to change gender. You're actually like telling them that that's an option, and we're perpetuating the issue, instead of actually doing something about it and really thinking about why these children are going through this. I mean, first of all, outside the sun's being blocked, so we can't even be outside and enjoy.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you for all those that spoke in public comment and also for sharing your stories. It's hard to hear that people have gone through some of these challenges, and so hopefully people are getting the help that they need. I want to just say thank you to the team for bringing this forward. I think it's really important that we're doing this pilot program, especially because we continue to hear the number of rates increasing, particularly in ages 15 to 19, and 57% over the last 10 years. I think 1% is too many. 1% is too many, right? So I'm glad that the California Department of Public Health is paying attention and making sure that we're doing investments in our communities. And so I appreciate all the strategies that all of you are doing, and that we're really thinking about rapid reporting, crisis response, and data surveillance as part of this. And I'm assuming that some of the programs that we're doing on the screening for the students in the schools also, I think, is a really great connection to this work. So it's the preventative work to ensure that we don't get to this space as well. So I just want to say thank you for sharing this information, and happy to support it, happy to make a motion on this item. And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues. Okay, second. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the presentation and all the work that's being done, and the visibility this is getting, because it's it's heartbreaking that we're I'm all choked up. Yeah. All right, it's heartbreaking that we're among the highest counties in California with teen suicide. You know, we're facing a lot of different obstacles today with social media and all the negative impacts we've seen on our youth. And so I'm glad that, you know, we're taking a new approach with additional suicide prevention acts or programs. Last month, my office, we brought forward a suicide, prevention letter. Basically, it was results of the shocking statistics we learned from the gun violence reductions, where most of the deaths by gun in San Diego County were suicides, over 70%. So as we move forward, I like to keep in mind, absolutely, we got to focus on young women and anybody committing suicide. But we got to look at all age groups when we're trying to get information out there. I did get a call from a Coronado City Council member the other day, and apparently they've been waiting for over 5 years for Caltrans, and I know that's not your issue, to install barriers on the Coronado Bridge, and it has not taken place. But so I want to say thank you very much for this program. I look forward to updates and hopefully decreasing the number of suicides here in San Diego County. So thanks for all the efforts.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Chairwoman Vargas, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you, team, for those presentations and for all the great work that all of you do. Please share that with your teams as well. We're now going to move on to discussion item number 24. I'm going to turn it over to Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier this year, Carl Domayo made accusations that we were spending our money illegally, and we did an investigation, and of course we were not doing anything illegal. But it brought to my attention the system that we're using, and so I asked, what are other counties doing? And come to find out, other counties handle this in a different way. And one of the items, there are three things I was concerned about. I wanted to make sure there were checks and balances. I wanted to make sure there was plenty of transparency. And I wanted to make sure that we had the most effective, timely, and efficient way of moving forward. So we put a board letter in, and essentially the board letter, after we submit for a grant, it would go to EDGA, Economic Development and Government Affairs. They would look at the grant, make sure it meets mustard, and that we're doing everything legally and correctly. Then County Council would review it, and then it'd come back to our office for final approval. And one of the things I noticed was we've never, ever pulled anybody else's grant notice, but we all vote on it. And I trust you all to represent your district to the best of your ability. I don't have to see who you're giving grants to. I just need to know that who you're giving grants to are legal. And this process is going to add additional checks and balances to ensure that. The other part is we don't post this except for annually. We have no responsibility but to post it annually. This would move it up to quarterly. So people would have the opportunity to go to our website and see it on a more frequent basis. They also would have the opportunity to come to any board meeting and speak out against it as they wish. But that would not change. But one thing that would happen is these grants would move faster and I believe more efficiently, because we wouldn't take up a lot of board time voting on items that don't impact our district. And for those reasons, I brought this forward. I'm asking for your support.
Thank you, Supervisor. Happy. Did you make a motion?
That would be my motion. Thank you.
All right. Happy to second it. Yeah, let's go ahead and do speakers first.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 8 requests to speak on this item, 2 in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also note that we did not receive any e-comments on this item. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. Both speakers are in opposition to this item. I'd like to invite forward Mark and Truth. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record.
All right, Truth. First, I want to know what communities have been enhanced. I've yet to see it. I've seen political allies and minions receive thousands and thousands of the people's money in socialist redistribution of wealth. All kinds of extremist organizations have been given this money unduly, time and again. And the worst excuse for money funneling was and still is 3 years later and until the end of next year, the American Destruction Plan Act. The federal government had $5 million in funding money printed up with interest from the Federal Reserve to give to San Diego County for community enhancement funding. That's just for that. Just think about that. That's just one program in one county. That's how much debt and inflation we're facing. And consider the fact that the entire county used to have only $700,000. That's how out of control things have become. But this item is Joel's attempt to no longer let the people know what organizations are receiving our money. Literally, grant recommendations shall appear on the public agenda has been stricken from the rules of procedure. Each supervisor will now approve their own decisions without any input from their fellow colleagues in crime or the public who the money rightfully belongs to. So please tell me I'm wrong, Joel. If not, you're completely devoid of ethics and it's disgusting. This piece of work of yours, Joel, is what I'm going to use the next time I hear an ignorant person dare to say something nice about you. This is proof positive of evil intent. Not even Nathan introduced something like this. This is pretty pathetic. I want you to tell me that I'm wrong, that I read it wrong, because it's not right to do this. It should be in the agenda every single time. It's not like I like reading it, but it's my right to know publicly. So as far as I'm concerned, anyone who votes in approval of this officially falls into the category of criminal. Certainly not a representative when you take away our say about our money, period.
Next speaker, please.
Do you have a rebuttal to that, Joel? Was she wrong? Are you going to take our funding, our list of funding off of the agenda items so people can't see it or vote on it or say anything about it? Yeah, you are. You're not saying no? I will take a no as an absolute yes. That is absolutely despicable. So, of course, it won't even be listed in the book anymore. If it's not an agenda item, people simply won't see it at all. And the title in the book is really short anyway. These agenda item titles and descriptions are really brief. I actually bother to read them, but most people don't. You're going to make it so people can't know it all. And by the way, Joel, to say that you believe that they all are trying to serve their constituents, or not their constituents, they don't consider the public in their area as constituents, or shareholders, or stakeholders. And that's the only people they care about. By the way, I can tell you that when I was checking out them trying to raise the building height to 60 feet in different areas, I discovered an engineer downtown actually told me that they just don't care about the public. They care about stakeholders, period. That's who these people care about. Making money for their corporation, which San Diego Incorporated is a subsidiary corporation of California. You just dared to mention transparency, Joel, and you want to pass this, and we won't even get to know about how our money is being spent or make comments on it because you trust that these people are all going to do the right thing. That's asinine, and it really, really despicable. You should deny it if it's not true.
Thank you. For the record, the speaker was Mark. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first caller.
Paul Henkin. Streamline those scams. Removing the Neighborhood Reinvestment Program, NRP, and Community Enhancement Program, CEP grant from the public review process, the Board Policy B058 amendment to the Section 12 and new Section 15 would be illegal under the political participation guarantee of the California Constitution. Same with Policy B72, Section 13G and H. Article 1, Section 3 of the Constitution says B2, a statute, court rule, or other authority, including those in effect on the effective date of this subdivision, shall be broadly construed if it furthers the people's right of access and narrowly construed if it limits the right of access. A statute, court rule, or other authority adopted after the effective date of the subdivision that limits the right of access shall be adopted with findings demonstrating the interest protected by the limitation and the need for protecting that interest. There are no findings here, but I would suggest that if you create a policy or ordinance, that each NRP or CRP item needs an explanation of how it would benefit the entire county. I would also note that you individually, supervisors, could be severely disciplined or fired by the same Constitution for violating our right to participation. Thanks for your attention, those of you who are still awake.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Consuelo, it's just disgusting. It's really sad. Same ditto to everybody's comments. Same thing. It's just, gosh, I have no words for this one. Pretty pathetic. New time low. That's all I got.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. I just wanted to quickly comment that pretty interesting public comment today on this item. Real questions are being asked, and we've been in an era the past 20 years of 9/11 and war. A good luck to ourselves that I think in the 2020s and 30s we're entering a new era of how to talk about openness and accountability as a community process with each other. And good luck in those efforts and knowing how to listen to the public comment today and working out answers for what's being asked about today. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
So great when you guys pull your own pants down. Joel, what? You're like, Carl DeMaio said that we're spending money illegally. But, the county claims we're not. And so in order to be super transparent, we're going to make sure nobody sees what we spend this money on. But we're going to trust each other, right? Because as long as, I don't need to know what you're spending it on. I just need to trust that it's legal. Okay. Well, we can't trust you guys with anything anyway, and I'm pretty sure most of you within that little dais right there don't trust each other. And so now that you're going, yeah, we're just going to trust each other, not let the people see where their money is going, right? As long as it just goes to the stakeholders and organizations that are in the pay-to-play game and the pat you on the back so that we can perpetuate all of this slavery. It is so great because I love that you're like, you know, this is going to be more transparent, right? This is going to show people that you aren't spending money illegally. I mean, it wouldn't hide that. That would be bananas. I mean, you guys are so good. Good job, Joel. I'm really impressed with your ability to not hide stuff. I mean, because this is going to, right? No, it's not going to be on the agenda. No, nobody can say what they feel about it. But just like everything else, it doesn't really matter because you're going to do what you want, right? You guys act like it's your money. You're like, it's in my bank account. Whose money is that, Joel, that you don't want anybody to know where you're spending it? It's a little bit weird, right? I mean, it's super transparent, just like you. Your meat suit, man, it's super transparent. You guys are good, so good. Satan is so proud of you guys. He has an extra special hot spot for you. And so just keep going down this path. You guys, man, I can smell the sulfur now. I bet you're stoked. It's good. It is so good. He is so good.
Thank you. For the record, that speaker was Audra, and Chairwoman Vargas. That concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. And I kind of had the same initial reaction about, you know, transparency when this first came up. And I do remember previous boards, since I'm the old guy on here, there have been a couple times when something's been pulled because some group was getting some dollars that another board member thought was egregious. And they pulled out one item and voted against it. But, you know, I do understand now, though, that with the Levine Act, that was just recent, is that the Levine Act that prompted this, that makes it for campaign finance and reporting issues and things like that. If, you know, I approve something that Supervisor Anderson put forward or gave money to, and then I voted on it yes, then if they take political positions, I'm liable for reporting and things like that, which is not really, I think, the intent of what we're trying to do. So, but I do think transparency, we have to be cautious on. So I'm going to offer a couple of friendly amendments. I'm going to support it anyway, but I think, can we have potentially, maybe this is an amendment, in our agenda, a non-voting consent item that just is the list of who we're giving money to. We don't vote on it. It's just in the agenda package on consent. People can still talk to it, because it's public comment, but it would be a non-voting item, and it just shows where the money went to that particular, or in the past month, or wherever that went. So that would be my first attempt at a friendly amendment.
Excuse me, this is your first warning. This is your first warning.
So I thought about that. We pulled this last month because I wanted to vet out as much notification as possible. I don't know why we can't just post it on the website monthly. I think that we could do that. It's achievable. One of the issues is you have to tie it to a vote, whether it's posted in the packet or posted on the website. What's the difference? The person that speaks to it, and right now it can be on Friday at noon, and we vote on it on Tuesday. Nobody mostly sees it. The articles that come out, the concerns that come out are usually after the fact. People can speak on non-agendized items, and it wouldn't necessarily be an agendized item because we're not voting on it. So what would you think about if we moved to a monthly and it gets posted on the website monthly? Right now, it's posted annually, and we're moving to quarterly, but we could move it to monthly. I just don't see having extra paperwork and extra makes any difference.
I'm just
Everybody can speak to it at the very next meeting, wherever that meeting is.
I guess I'm just trying to make it a glide slope instead of a cliff that we're going, is for getting the information. How about, all right, that's fine if it's posted on the website, but how about can the website, I don't know, we got any IT people here, that people can opt in and be prompted so that as soon as there's any change, they get notified.
We have servers now. I don't believe that to be difficult. That was one of the questions I had for staff.
If we can make it so people are alerted the minute it's updated and they have access to that information and they can opt in for something like that, I think that would be helpful as far as transparency goes.
And I mean, I would also add that not only the county staff, but I think it would be good for each of us as individual supervisors to just put it on our website as well, like who are we giving?
We know that what we're submitting, we could absolutely do that.
Yeah.
Look, there's plenty of transparency. All these are, you know, we have all sorts of arguments where people say,
Excuse me, Supervisor
if it
Anderson.
falls on
Give me a
leap year.
second.
I'm sorry?
This is your second warning, sir. You're disrupting the meeting. If you do this one more time, I'm going to ask you to leave the premises, okay?
If it falls on a leap year, and it happens to be a full moon on a Tuesday, it could potentially happen. There's other counties who are already doing this. We had an issue in the past with a board member before I was here, I think maybe before you were here, and we're adding checks and balances. It has to go through legal. You're not going to be doing something that's illegal. And frankly, part of the issue I had is I don't want to be voting on everybody else's stuff. I don't represent their district, and they have a right to, you have a right to represent your district to the best of your ability, and I don't want to have to approve what you do in your district. Because you know what, my district and your district, while we both represent unincorporated, are vastly different.
I get that. I'm just trying to.
I don't want to approve stuff for downtown San Diego when I'm the hinterland, and vice versa. And I think that it sticks your nose in my district where it doesn't belong because you didn't get elected there.
So I think this is more about transparency than sticking your nose someplace else.
And I think all of us.
But the point, though, is the transparency is there. And the goal is not to remove the transparency. Right now, our current program is it gets posted annually.
Well, and I'm okay with not voting on somebody else's stuff. That's why I suggested it just be in the consent as an information only that's not voted
Right, but if we're posting on the website, what's the difference? And anybody at home can get it. They don't have to come down here.
From what people are used to going to more of a glide slope.
I heard you say that you were okay with doing it on the website, and then I asked if you were fine with us updating it so that each one of the supervisors also shared it on there?
Yeah,
okay. And let me ask legal counsel, do you have any comments to add on this, to this point?
So in regard to the proposed amendments, the way they are structured, they would need to be posted quarterly on the county's website. Certainly the supervisorial districts can also post them. You can increase the frequency for greater transparency at your choice. Certainly you could look to add a provision that had the CAO through the Office of Economic Development and Governmental Affairs increase the frequency of posting.
And I just want to, I'm sorry, do you have a couple other questions?
No, I just want to, just trying to be as transparent as possible from what people are used to.
Yeah.
To going, the further way. I'm okay. I'm glad that it's on the website, and if we can do it now you're saying it's going to be quarterly or monthly, or where's that?
Well, she's responding to the board letter as it states. I think your recommendation is that we're doing it on a monthly basis, and I think the supervisor approved it, and I mean, he said it was fine, he would accept that amendment, and I said, as a seconder, I'm cool with it too.
Thank you.
But I just added the one where also as individual board members, we can also include it. I also just want to acknowledge that we have been distributing funds for the small business community through the ARPA funding, and this is the way we've been doing it. And I have to say that it's one of the most, not only is it transparent, but it's one of the most rigorous programs that I've ever seen, because I know that people have to return the money if they can't show receipts and they are not actually complying. So I just want to put that on the record, because I think it's really important to note that there are a couple of checks and balances in this process to ensure that this happens. I don't know if you want to add anything else on that.
That's correct, Chairwoman, is on both the logistics. Yes, we can do it more frequently in terms of monthly. And let me just say from a technical aspects of this as well, we currently have a listserv where individual public members have the ability to sign up for any updates on various topics. This could be one of those items that is added to that, so it gets pushed out. And then on the other aspects of this, this program gets audited quite frequently. There's a whole staff on the back end of this to follow up on any of the receipts or in the auditing aspects. Our Office of Auditing and Advisory Services looks at this program quite frequently, and then also provides any additional feedback. So we have the ability to make it more transparent beyond what is currently in the board letter. But if the maker of the motion, as well as the sponsor of the item, deems it appropriate, then yes, we can move towards adding those two components, adding it more frequently, as well as pushing out whenever there's an update to the Economic and Development Government Affairs website.
The goal was never not to be transparent. The goal was to expedite it. So if the seconder would, I'm happy to go with it if you are.
Seeing no other comments, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And just to clarify for the record, that motion includes amending the board policy to clarify that reporting a grant award is to be available online on a monthly basis, providing the ability for the public to subscribe online.
Please, sir.
You just got rid of the public knowing anything about what you're doing.
Chairwoman Vargas, the motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Thank you so much. With that, at each meeting, we ask each one of the members to provide a brief update, a report on progress, or share any pertinent information during this time. Any comments or recommendations? Anything updates?
I have a committee update. I just wanted to say the Spent Fuel Solutions Committee that I'm on, which unfortunately throughout the country, spent nuclear fuel is now being stored on all the nuclear sites. None of these sites were built to do that or to be storage facilities. Secretary of Energy, Granholm, actually came to San Onofre this past weekend on Friday discussing $26 million from the federal government to look for places and to provide cities or other places that might be considering sites for disposal of spent nuclear fuel. So they're actually putting money towards this effort. Originally, Congress was supposed to come up with a site for spent nuclear fuel. It was Yucca Mountain in Nevada, but Senator Harry Reid put an end to that, so we've got no places to put this spent nuclear fuel. So money's being spent. They're looking at hopefully progress on getting this stuff sited in a safe place that's going to last for many thousands of years. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments from my colleagues, the next item is our non-agenda public comment. I'm going to turn it over to our clerk so we can call the remainder of the speakers. And then just so that the folks who are here waiting, I just want to give you where we're at. So we're going to do public speakers, then we're going to have public speakers for closed session, and then we will adjourn to closed session. And we'll take a break, and then we'll go to closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Vargas. We have 14 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 7 remaining in person, and 7 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Bibliana Rico, Pragati Misro, Mitz Lee, Catherine Rhodes, Shelby Hardman, Luke, and Pam. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Good afternoon. My name is Pragati Misro. I am a resident of Mira Mesa, and I have been for the last 19 years. I've raised my children there, and I have a lovely connection with my community. I would like to also say that I am a member of a group called Friends of Mira Mesa Arts and Culture. We support transforming the epicenter and its surrounding area into a vibrant cultural performing arts center that integrates functionality, aesthetics, and sustainability. It will provide a dynamic space for all ages, kids, teens, and adults, not only for musicians, performers, and artists, but for everybody, including activities and events for our whole community. It will give our community a sense of purpose, a place for socialization, connection. The new center aims to foster creativity, inspire collaboration, and nurture cultural understanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and I'm going to talk about my beautiful, kind 12-year-old niece. And for Supervisor Chair Lawson-Remer, I talked to somebody in your staff last week, and I would like to actually get a meeting with you so I could actually go through this, because this is happening not only to our family, this is happening to a lot of families in family court. You know, basically what it is in family court is they make everybody spend a lot of money. My sister has probably spent about $1 million in this court case that has been going on for 8 years. She's already divorced. It's a custody case now. $1 million to pay for the $350 for a therapist, $600 for another therapist, minors counsel $600 an hour. And they have unlimited funds. She's been going to counseling for 8 years, once or twice a week. All this money is spent on that. And she tells everybody, I'm being abused. And they're saying, no, you're not. You're just making it up. You just want to live with your mother and her family instead of living with your father. And she's like, yes, that's true. She does want to live with us. But CPS is trying to tell her that, you know, she's a liar. They investigate, and they said, you know, one time, you know, they called us and they said, oh yeah, she doesn't, there's no evidence. We're like, how about the bruises that you saw? Aren't those evidence? And they said, oh yeah, that's evidence. So she has bruises all the time. She gets yelled at. She gets picked up and thrown. She gets hogtied and thrown. I've seen it. And they pretend that it's not happening. So anyway, you know, CPS in 8 years has never given her a safety plan. She's never had a safety plan, like you guys were talking about for suicide prevention. You know, the safety plan would be not to allow her to be isolated, allow her to talk to me. She's not even allowed to call me on the phone because her dad says no. It's just horrible. Please help Chair Lawson-Remer, please let me have an appointment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
First, I really would like to thank everyone for serving our community. My name is Mitz Lee, and I'm a resident of Mira Mesa for 40 years. I have served and continue to serve our community in many capacities. We sent you an email on Friday, June 9, and I'm providing that copy again with documentation and background. I also provided you the concept, the draft concept of the Performing Arts and Cultural Center that came about from 3 dialogues that we have in the past. The Mira Mesa community greatly appreciates that the County Board of Supervisors has approved $8 million to rehabilitate the existing epicenter building. We recognize this is a significant commitment of funds to our community, and we thank Supervisor Lawson-Remer for making it happen. Before expending the funds, we ask the following for your consideration. Generate data. Assess all programs for the youth being offered by the Mira Mesa Park and Rec, Mira Mesa High School, Public Library, and other private businesses that offer after-school programs to avoid duplication of efforts. Pause the project implementation and expenditures on the epicenter. According to the City Asset Management Department and City Attorney's Office, there is no lease being negotiated yet at this regarding the epicenter between the county and the city. It would be wise to pause expending funds on designing, planning, and programming development since there is no lease and community outreach is still ongoing. The county staff inform us that the budget for this is $1 million, which includes environmental studies. We also ask for Supervisor Lawson-Remer and Supervisor Joel Anderson to host a community dialogue on the future of the epicenter and Performing Arts and Cultural Center, since District 2 and 3 shares boundaries. We will help promote and organize.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi. Okay. Good morning. I want to express our gratitude and appreciation for the county's commitment to invest $8 million in Mira Mesa. My name is Shelby, and I represent a growing group of residents from Mira Mesa and surrounding communities who have a bolder and larger vision for the epicenter. We would like to see it performed into Performing Arts and Cultural Center, as you've heard. Yes, this is a bold vision, but we strongly feel that creating a Performing Arts Center is still the right move, and the epicenter is the right place. The plan to reactivate the epicenter as a teen center would have made sense 25, 30 years ago when Mira Mesa fought against an image of being low income and high crime. Today we have an abundance of programs for our youth, but not many for our adults. All of the proposed youth programming from the current county plan would be duplicated in our community. Transforming the epicenter into a performing arts and cultural center would serve all ages and multiple generations in this community. That is the greater need in Mira Mesa today. I have lived in Mira Mesa all of my life and went to school there. I am a musician and play the viola, and I've represented San Diego in the All-State Honor Orchestra twice and performed with my orchestra at UCSC, performed with my high school orchestra at the Kennedy Center and at Carnegie Hall. Now, as an adult, I feel that I am underserved. There are not many community programs for the arts and culture in Mira Mesa and the surrounding areas for adults, much less venues for performers. A performing arts and cultural center will create a legacy for our current and future generations. It would provide the maximum benefit to our community and surrounding communities in San Diego County, bring more business to Mira Mesa, and serve as an outlet, venue, and space for the arts, cultural groups, clubs, and more. We continue to appeal to the county to expand your community outreach. Most people that live in this community have no idea of the county's proposed plan. We ask that the county puts a pause on the current plan to perform a greater due diligence and create a plan that will have the greatest benefit to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Final call for Luke, Pam, and Edlana Rico. Seeing no movement in the chamber, we'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Man, nor are you boasting and gloating about, being, recognized by the UN and pushing this whole UN globalist agenda as a puppet. You don't see your strings, and you don't realize that they are using you, just like all of these other people, to take over the world. And at that point, you guys won't have any control. Do you think it's like, oh, the UN is so great and I want to be recognized? That's treason. Just like Nathan engaging with the World Economic Forum, that is treason, just like you are engaging in treason. And you sit here and it's like the World Health Organization, an agency of the United Nations, is set out to do a pandemic preparedness treaty so that everybody's sovereignty in every nation is taken and they have a one world health order. So when that takes place, none of you will have any control over dictating anything in the county. So you don't understand that you're being used. You guys are being used to push this whole agenda. But it's not like you're going to be outside of that and be living in some, elite palace like these people pulling your strings. You guys are the ones that are, going to be enslaved as well. But you think that you're just doing this and it's so great. The people see what you're doing, and they should not be consenting to have a globalist agenda in our county and have the people that are running our county be proud of it and be gloating like it's a great thing when it is treason. You are criminals, and treason has a very, very stiff penalty, and it's not me that dictates that. And I know people don't like people saying it, but it's a hanging. So it's like you guys need to turn away from doing this and bringing in the UN more and more seeping into our lives, because our sovereignty is about to be usurped on a global scale. And you obviously support that, Nora. So
thank you.
That's terrifying.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for the meeting today. I'm interested a lot in the future of tech accountability, how surveillance tech and data collection can be open and accountable. Good luck in those efforts, what you can do at the county level. I hope you've noticed how the city of San Diego, they're going in fits and starts, and how to better, more openly talk about the future of the good ideas of tech accountability. And it takes practice and work from all of us, and good luck in those efforts and what we can be doing with that. I think it can prove to be something really interesting for our future. And to note, it does come from some initial UN guidelines and procedures and practices, how to do things well, how to do guidelines and policy making. So I'm interested in how Supervisor Vargas has been traveling to the UN and talking to a lot of different delegations from the global south and around the world at this time. I think it's those ways that, as ourselves being upset as a community, we can more directly address, with the help of Supervisor Vargas, we can address UN issues directly now. And that's an interesting future for ourselves that I hope for San Diego, that we have that possibility to take our concerns directly to the UN now and ask them, what are they doing with this WHO stuff and other issues? It's a participatory process that I think we're introducing. It's a balance to learn how to do that. Good luck how we can be doing that at this time. And to conclude, I'm really upset about the bus issues in San Jose. I think San Diego, the TransDev agency is not very dependable. It sounds like, and we gotta shake them up a bit and get them into good organized fashion about good human rights practices and just good safety practices for drivers and for community.
We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon, Board. Kathleen Lippett here. I'm here to thank the Board of Supervisors for its support of AB 1207, the Cannabis Candy Protection Act. It is set for hearing on July the 3rd at 11 a.m. I've attended several county planning groups and know that unincorporated residents and parents are grateful that their children will not be exposed to marijuana candy lookalikes. In recent years, both the county and the state have tended to ignore the evidence of the real and potential harms of marijuana, and a focus on the marijuana industry's health over the public left consumers without the information they needed to make informed choices. The importance that public policies are informed by unbiased research and science cannot be understated. Until now, the Department of Cannabis Control's focus on licensing and growing marijuana businesses has left a void in robust regulatory oversight. The industry's influence often has been gutted and amended state legislation that could have held the industry accountable. Minimal statutory fines and industry influence allowed public health problems to grow exponentially. The county's support of AB 1207 set an example to change that. It will implement key measures promised in Prop 64 to protect children and youth by adopting a clear definition of what is attractive to children, prohibiting cannabis products, packaging, and marketing that is attractive to children or teens, and prohibiting flavored inhaled cannabis products known to hook kids, just as flavored Juul e-cigarettes did. We look forward to the county's continued support of this critical legislation. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. We'll move on to public comment on the closed session matters. We have 4 requests to speak on matters on closed session, which is item 25, 1 in person and 3 requesting to speak by phone. I'd like to invite forward Truth. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. For any members of the public that requested to speak on closed session matters, item 25 by phone, please dial into the conference line now.
Shorter than me. All right, this is Truth. Case A is John Rivera versus the County of San Diego. John was riding his motorcycle on Borrego Salton Seaway when David Beekle made a U-turn in his car and they collided. The lawsuit alleges that John couldn't see David because of a roadway with a rise and drop that the county failed to post warning signs for and failed to properly maintain. John and Amy Rivera are seeking $60 million in damages, which allegedly includes a traumatic brain injury. Case C is Frankie Greer versus the County of San Diego. It looks like Frankie's about to get another payout on top of the over $7.7 million. Good for him. All it takes is a lawsuit to get the people holding positions in county government to finally start paying attention and be held accountable for their unethical decisions. Joel, I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to end up in here soon. Cases D through G are all alleged victims of former Sheriff Deputy Richard Fisher, who first denied all allegations of sexually assaulting 16 women while on duty, and then he changed his story in order to get a plea bargain where all charges of sexual assault were dropped, and he'd avoid the label of sex offender. It's very disgusting. And case H. First, there's a typo in the word San Diego. That needs to be fixed. Now, the case is Alba Marroquin de Portillo versus the County of San Diego. Alba alleges that her son suffered from a mental illness, and instead of being kept in a safety cell, like he often was for suicide attempts, so he could be constantly monitored, he was put into a cell with limited supervision, where he was found shortly dead from acute water intoxication in 2021. The county's already had to pay out $37 million since 2018 over jail lawsuits alone. Some more sad cases in the county. And you know, that's the only thing that's transparent here for real, is absolute corruption. In fact, that's why I came to talk today, just for you, Joel. So talk to you criminals tomorrow.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone. Start with our first caller.
As we speak about litigation, all those things you're engaging in the UN, Nora, that's going to lead to litigation and this whole global digital health certification network they brought forward. But you guys, as you were talking about it being not sunny outside, there is a experiment going on above the people that you should be aware of, because this could lead to future litigation with you guys, because you're not protecting the people, and you claim that the environment is so important and, you know, people's health and safety. Well, there is an Eastern Pacific cloud aerosol precipitation experiment called EPCAPE happening over San Diego, and as you guys wonder why since February of this year it has been gloomy and they've been blocking the sun, then you probably should know this. Then you'll know why until February of 2024 it's going to continue, and they're going to continue to block the sun and spray toxic things upon the people. Right? But that doesn't affect the environment. That doesn't affect the people that breathe it in. That doesn't affect the animals. That doesn't affect the food we eat. That doesn't affect people's psyche, does it? But who knows? Why don't you guys look into it? Like I said, it's called EPCAPE, Eastern Pacific Cloud Aerosol Precipitation Experiment, happening over San Diego. What? I bet you guys all think it's BS. But you should look into it, because you guys sit here and claim all these things. I want to help people and the environment and all these things, right? Then look into EPCAPE, or quit mentioning any of those gaslighting words that you guys love to use to make people feel so warm and fuzzy, like you're really, really here to help them. You are. You're here to help throw us off the cliff into a 15-minute smart city where nobody can leave unless you pay your fees, right? You guys are so good. So thank you for allowing this experiment to go on above us and poison us, okay? It's good. Just breathe it in real fresh.
Thank you. And Chairwoman Vargas, that concludes public comment on the closed session matters.
Thank you. With that, we're going to proceed to closed session, and so this session is adjourned. In case we don't, before we come back, I just want to wish everybody a happy Father's Day if we don't going to get to see. Yes.
The board will recess into closed session to consider those matters listed under item 25 on today's regular agenda. If there are any reportable actions, they will be reported out during the planning and land use session of this meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, June 14th, 2023. The next meeting of the Board of Supervisors will be the continuation of the budget hearing process, which began yesterday for the fiscal years 2023 through 25 recommended operational plan. The board will reconvene on Thursday, June 15th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. to receive public testimony in all areas of the budget. Thank you.